Chapter 978. The Grand Elder said, later, Pei Zhangfeng was no match for him. He seemed to have been poisoned in advance, but he managed to escape in the end. Poisoned? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. His face turned black, and his lips turned purple. There was no other explanation other than being poisoned. The Grand Elder nodded. Qin Feiyang pointed at the phantom of the Divine Python tribe's leader and said, "Then did he continue to chase after Pei Zhangfeng?" "Of course. We searched everywhere, but Pei Zhangfeng seemed to have vanished from the face of the earth. He never appeared again. Not long after, this person also left. From then on, he never appeared again." The Grand Elder said. Qin Feiyang said, "This matter is of great importance. Are you sure that what you're saying is the truth?" "I swear. Not only did we see it, but the people of the Crimson Smoke tribe and the Azure Sea tribe also saw it. Because our 3 tribes surrounded the White Crane Mountain Range in a tripartite formation. If there was any movement in the White Crane Mountain Range, we would hear it. At that time, the leaders of the Crimson Smoke tribe and the Azure Sea tribe, the High Priest, and the elders were also nearby to observe. However, because Pei Zhangfeng and Li Zhangfeng were too strong, and they had the sacred weapon in their hands, we all hid in the dark, not daring to show ourselves." The Grand Elder said. Qin Feiyang said, "So later, your 3 tribes searched everywhere for Pei Zhangfeng, wanting to get the sacred weapon on his body. How do you know?" The Grand Elder was surprised. Fatso sneered, "What a joke. Don't you know who we are? Do you think you can hide that from us?" The Grand Elder bitterly smiled and nodded. "That's right. At that time, Pei Zhangfeng was heavily injured and poisoned. The people of our 3 tribes all believed that he wouldn't live for long, so we searched everywhere. The heavens do not disappoint those who persevere. Finally, one day we found his body. But at that time," Qin Feiyang said, "at that time, Qin Feiyang appeared. Not only did he kill the leaders of your 3 tribes, but he also stole the sacred weapon, right?" This, the Grand Elder looked at Qin Feiyang and Li Zhangfeng, dumbfounded. They even knew this. These 2 were too scary. Serves you right." Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. Yes. The Grand Elder nodded his head and bowed, extremely terrified. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and asked, "Who else knows about this except for the 3 big tribes?" The Grand Elder shook his head. "Very well. From today onwards, all of you will keep this secret to yourselves. Because once it is leaked out, it will definitely bring about a calamity to all of you." Qin Feiyang said. "Understood." The Grand Elder hurriedly nodded his head. Qin Feiyang looked at Fatso and said, "Let's go." Fatso opened the teleportation gate, and the 2 were about to enter. But at this moment, the Grand Elder's eyes flashed. He stretched out his hand and said, "Sirs, please wait." "What is it?" Qin Feiyang stopped and turned his head to look at the Grand Elder in confusion. The Great Clan Elder took out a recording crystal and said, "I still have a recording from that year. It should be useful to you." "Recording?" Qin Feiyang and the Grand Elder looked at each other. Fatso was surprised and asked, "What recording?" The Grand Elder said, "It's the recording of Pei Zhangfeng and that person fighting. It also recorded their complete conversation." The 2 of them were stunned. With the recording, wasn't it equivalent to irrefutable evidence? Qin Feiyang immediately took out the recording crystal and said with a smile, "Well done, quickly send it to me." However, the Grand Elder did not immediately send it to Qin Feiyang, as if he had something to say, but did not dare to say it. Qin Feiyang looked at him suspiciously, but soon understood that this person obviously wanted to get some benefits. He said, "Fatso, give them some body-tempering pills." "Body-tempering pills?" The Grand Elder frowned. "Who didn't have body-tempering pills?" "This is not an ordinary body-tempering pill." Fatso coldly snorted and waved his hand. Accompanied by a dazzling light, hundreds of pills appeared on the ground in front of the Grand Elder. These pills basically all had 4 pill patterns, and there were even some that had 5 pill patterns. The Grand Elder was stunned. The people of the Black Lion tribe were also dumbfounded. The eyes of those youths were filled with desire. Although the body-tempering pills were very ordinary and cheap, body-tempering pills with pill patterns were rare, especially with so many pill patterns. As everyone knew, the more pill patterns there were, the better the effect. And these 4 and 5 pill patterns body-tempering pills, it was no exaggeration to say that just one pill was enough to let a newcomer lay a solid foundation. Therefore, to the youths of the Black Lion tribe, these body-tempering pills were more precious than any high-grade pills. However, when the Grand Elder of the Black Lion tribe came back to his senses, he was still not very satisfied. Don't be too greedy, or else don't talk about benefits, your lives might not even be saved. Qin Feiyang lightly said. The Grand Elder's eyes trembled. For a moment, he was blinded by greed and forgot that the person in front of him was a battle sage. He did not dare to hesitate any longer and hurriedly established a contract with Qin Feiyang. Then he sent the video to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang did not stay any longer and brought Fatso back to the place where Pei Changfeng was buried. Pei Yi had calmed down a lot and stood silently in front of the ice sculpture, his tears dry. Qin Feiyang walked over and patted Pei Yi on the shoulder, saying, "It's getting late, we should go back." Pei Yi nodded and took another deep look at Pei Changfeng in the ice sculpture before keeping it in his heaven and earth bag. Qin Feiyang said, "I've been wanting to ask you a question." "What is it?" Pei Yi looked at him suspiciously. "Where's your mother?" Qin Feiyang said. "Mother?" Pei Yi couldn't help but clench his fists tightly, his eyes filled with pain. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Forget it if you don't want to answer." Phew. Pei Yi heaved a long sigh and said, "I heard from my second uncle that ever since my father left, my mother had been depressed. When I was 1.5 years old, she passed away from depression." Passed away from depression. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. If it were in the past, he would definitely believe it. However, now that he knew the truth, Pei Yi's mother's death was probably not that simple. Fatso said, "Boss, should we tell him the truth?" "Let's wait for a while." Qin Feiyang thought about it and said to himself, Pei Yi's heart was now full of scars. If he were to be told the truth at this time, he would probably break down. Buzz. Next, Qin Feiyang opened the portal and the 3 of them arrived at the Ice Crystal City in the 9th zone. He then opened the teleportation altar and directly returned to the main pagoda. Next, Pei Yi returned to the Divine Python tribe to bury Pei Changfeng. Qin Feiyang and Fatso also returned to the Warrior Mountain Range and the Sacred Ground. Calming Lake. It was quiet and peaceful. Qin Feiyang sat in the hall of the attic and looked at the image in the void in front of him. In the image, Pei Changfeng and the current leader of the Divine Python tribe were fighting fiercely in the sky above a mountain range. Blood splattered and the mountains and rivers were shattered. And just as the Grand Elder of the Black Lion tribe said, Pei Changfeng did show signs of being poisoned. In the end, the leader of the Divine Python tribe suddenly took out a long spear and pierced Pei Changfeng's heart. The long spear was black and shining, and its sharpness could split the sky. It was also a sacred weapon. After that, Pei Changfeng escaped from the mountain range with the ice blade. Power, status, what a harmful thing. Qin Feiyang sighed deeply and waved his hand. The image disappeared and then he put away the image crystal, got up and walked to the balcony on the 2nd floor. He sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to meditate. The next morning. Chapter 979. Dragon Phoenix House. Inside a private room. Qin Feiyang sat next to the tea table and looked at Wu Yang standing in front of him. While drinking tea, he asked, "Why did you ask me to come here?" Wu Yang respectfully said, "I have a piece of news, it's about a 7th grade alchemy fire." Qin Feiyang's arm trembled. He put down the teacup and said, "Tell me." Wu Yang said, "Somewhere in Qinghai, a cluster of 7th grade alchemy fire is about to appear." Qinghai. Qin Feiyang frowned and asked, "Is this news true?" "It's true." Wu Yang nodded. "Who else knows?" Qin Feiyang asked. Wu Yang said, "According to my father, this alchemy fire was first discovered by the people in the tower, so the people in the tower must know about it." Qin Feiyang frowned. The people in the tower found it? How did the Qilin tribe know about it? To tell you the truth, not only the Qilin tribe, but several other tribes also have people in the tower. And their status is not low. So, as long as it's not a particularly secret, we can basically know it in the first place. Wu Yang said. So that's how it is. Qin Feiyang suddenly realized. He didn't expect that not only the Mujia, but also the major tribes have spies in the tower. This tower is really a mix of dragons and snakes. Qinghai is a very dangerous place. With my ability, I'm sure I can't get the alchemy fire, so I can only tell you this news. You have to find a way. Wu Yang said. He looked a little nervous. How dangerous is it? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. This so-called Qinghai, he has never been there and even heard very little about it. I don't know, but I heard from my father that even a war emperor may not return. Wu Yang said. This, Qin Feiyang was surprised. That's right. Last time, the chief said that there was something for him to deal with, and the destination was Qinghai. Could it be that the thing to deal with is the alchemy fire? Qin Feiyang lowered his head and pondered for a moment, then looked at Wu Yang and said, Is there any other news? Because you killed Wu Jian, our leader is thinking of a way to deal with you. Wu Yang said. Frankly speaking, he still felt like he was living in a dream. One had to know that Wu Jian was a genuine 9-star battle saint. Although he had suppressed his cultivation level, it was still unbelievable that he could be killed in an instant by this person. Deal with me? Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. He was not surprised at all. Wu Jian was a genius of the Qilin tribe and his future was limitless. If the leader of the Qilin tribe did not come to find trouble with him, then that would truly be strange. Qin Feiyang said, When he thinks of a way to deal with me, you have to tell me immediately. No matter how much they disdained the Qilin tribe, they were still a super tribe with countless combat emperors. They had to be on guard. All right. Wu Yang nodded. Then he looked like he wanted to say something. Qin Feiyang glanced at him and said indifferently, I like people who are straightforward. Just say what you want to say. Wu Yang gritted his teeth and said, When can I be free? When you fulfill my conditions, you will be free. Take out your image crystal and build a contract bridge. It will be convenient for us to contact each other in the future. Qin Feiyang smiled and took out his image crystal. Wu Yang sighed deeply and helplessly. He also took out his image crystal. After the contract bridge was completed, Qin Feiyang stood up and opened the portal to leave. I can't go on like this. I must find a way to get rid of his control. Looking at the portal that disappeared, Wu Yang's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. Because he knew that even if he fulfilled Qin Feiyang's conditions, Qin Feiyang might not let him go. He must strike first to gain the upper hand. Get rid of my control, naive. At the same time, Soothing Lake. Qin Feiyang stood in the courtyard with a cold smile in his eyes. When he saw Wu Yang, he had been secretly spying on Wu Yang's inner thoughts. Therefore, he knew all of Wu Yang's thoughts clearly. It was just as Wu Yang thought. Even if Wu Yang fulfilled his conditions, he would not let him go. Because of the incident with Swen, he hated and disliked anyone who took the blood evil pill from the bottom of his heart. Such people should not live in this world. At this moment, a purple figure broke through the air and arrived. Qin Feiyang looked up and saw that it was Gong Sun Bei. Are you used to this place? Gong Sun Bei landed in Qin Feiyang's courtyard and asked with a smile. It's okay. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Lord Gong Sun, do you have something to tell me? Why are you calling me Lord? You are too polite. Although I have finished my apprenticeship, I am still the Chief Tower Master's disciple. You can call me Senior Brother. Gong Sun Bei smiled. Qin Feiyang nodded. Gong Sun Bei said, I am indeed here to ask you to do something. Please say it, Senior Brother. Qin Feiyang said. Gong Sun Bei looked at young Master Hao in Wang Yu's courtyard and said loudly, Junior Brother, come out. Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Why did he ask Wang Yu and young Master how to come out? After a while, Wang Yu walked out of the attic in a white dress. Her hair fluttered in the wind, and she looked like a fairy in a painting. She was young and beautiful. She looked at Gong Sun Bei and Qin Feiyang. Wang Yu frowned slightly, then flew up and landed in front of Gong Sun Bei. She looked very intimate and said with a smile, "Big brother Gong Sun, what are you doing? Let's talk later." Gong Sun Bei smiled and looked at young Master Hao's courtyard. However, young Master Hao did not come out. Did he go to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion again? Gong Sun Bei looked at Qin Feiyang and Wang Yu and frowned. Should be. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. If young Master Hao was not at Calm Heart Lake, then he must be at the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. He's really persistent. Gong Sun Bei sighed helplessly and took out an image crystal to send a message to young Master Hao. After a while, young Master Hao appeared in the courtyard with a dissatisfied face. "Junior brother, you can't blame the Chief Pagoda Master for always saying that you don't do your job properly. You asked for it. Let me tell you, if you continue to be like this, I'm afraid that the entire Central Divine Kingdom will talk about you behind your back." Gong Sun Bei tried his best to persuade him. "It's none of your business." Young Master Hao rolled his eyes and waved his hand impatiently. "Don't be long-winded. If you have something to say, just say it." A row of black lines appeared on Gong Sun Bei's forehead, and the veins on his forehead bulged. "Can't you see that I'm concerned? My good intentions were taken as ill intentions. Some time ago, we found a cluster of 7th grade alchemy fire in Qinghai," Gong Sun Bei said. As expected, Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat. But young Master Hao looked unhappy and said, "It's just a cluster of 7th grade alchemy fire. You can just bring it back. Why do you have to call me back?" Wang Yu also looked suspicious. The 7th grade alchemy fire was no less than a big treasure in Qin Feiyang's eyes, but it was nothing in the eyes of young Master Hao and Wang Yu. Gong Sun Bei said, "The Chief Pagoda Master wants the three of you to go to Qinghai and bring back the alchemy fire." Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. When Gong Sun Bei said that there was a 7th grade alchemy fire, he expected this result. But he didn't expect that young Master Hao and Wang Yu would also go. If he were to go alone, he would be able to take the alchemy fire for himself with a few simple tricks. But now that young Master Hao and Wang Yu were with him, it was not so easy. At the same time, hearing Gong Sun Bei's words, young Master Hao frowned and shook his head. "I'm not interested. I'm not going." Gong Sun Bei said, "This is the Chief Pagoda Master's order. You can't refuse." "I'm not your pet. Why should I listen to you?" Gong Sun Bei said angrily. In his opinion, this was simply a waste of time. Wang Yu glanced at Qin Feiyang and snorted coldly. "I'm not interested either, especially if I'm going with someone. That's for the best. Because I like to be alone, and I don't like to bring a burden." Qin Feiyang said lightly. "Who are you calling a burden?" Wang Yu immediately gnashed her teeth. "I'm not talking about you. Why are you so agitated?" Qin Feiyang shrugged and then said jokingly, "Or do you admit that you're a burden? Bastard, I'll tear you apart." Wang Yu couldn't argue and attacked. She bared her white teeth and pounced on Qin Feiyang fiercely. Gong Sun Bei, who was next to them, felt a headache when he saw this scene. "Enough. Stop fooling around." Seeing that Wang Yu was about to pounce on Qin Feiyang, Gong Sun Bei released his energy and imprisoned both Mr. Hao and Mr. Hao. "It's indeed quite easy for us divine envoys to bring back that cluster of elixir fire. And I also think that it's unnecessary to let you go to Qinghai. But the Chief Tower Master said that this is a good opportunity for you to gain experience." Gong Sun Bei said. "Who cares?" Mr. Hao pouted. Gong Sun Bei was extremely helpless. He said, "The Chief Tower Master has already decided. You have to go whether you want to or not. You'll leave tomorrow morning." Then he withdrew his energy. "Pumph." Mr. Hao snorted and turned around to enter his tower without looking back. Wang Yu glanced coldly at Qin Feiyang and also turned around to leave. "Sigh, these two are really troublesome." Gong Sun Bei sighed helplessly. Then he looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Do you know the real reason why the Chief Tower Master wants you to go to Qinghai?" "The real reason?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. After thinking for a while, he said, "For Mr. Hao?" "Yes. Junior brother is different from others since he was born. He has never experienced any setbacks, which makes the Chief Tower Master very worried. Because if this goes on, his future will be delayed and his talent will be wasted. So, the Chief Tower Master wants him to go out and see the cruelty of the world. He wants him to experience some hardships and tribulations so that he will understand that he can't always rely on others. He has to rely on himself for everything. But the Chief Tower Master is worried, so he wants you to go with Wang Yu. Wang Yu has the strength and you have the brains. You can do your best to protect junior brother. Of course, it's also a chance for you and Wang Yu to cultivate your relationship. Gong Sun Bei smiled ambiguously. Qin Feiyang's face twitched. It was impossible for him and Wang Yu. What was there to cultivate? Have you asked Elder Wang and Wang Yu's parents about this? Qin Feiyang asked. Of course. It's such an important matter. We have to discuss it with them in advance. And they are very satisfied with you. They hope that you and Wang Yu can be together. Gong Sun Bei smiled. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint their good intentions. Qin Feiyang sighed inwardly. He and Wang Yu were not from the same world, so it was impossible for them to be together. Besides, Gong Sun Bei added with a serious face, you have to remember what I'm going to say next. No matter what difficulties you encounter after you leave Divine City, we won't help you in any way. Qin Feiyang was shocked. It seemed that the Chief Tower Master was serious this time to make young Master Hao change his mind. What about the coordinates of the alchemy fire? Qin Feiyang asked. I won't tell you. You have to find it yourself. But don't worry. As long as you enter Qinghai, it won't be difficult to find the location of the alchemy fire. But you have to hurry, because there should be only half a month before the birth of the alchemy fire. Gong Sun Bei said. Qin Feiyang nodded. Gong Sun Bei patted Qin Feiyang's shoulder and said with a smile, then I'll leave this matter to you. Bring junior brother back alive. I'll try my best. Qin Feiyang smiled. Okay, you get ready. I'll go and report. After Gong Sun Bei finished speaking, he opened the portal and left. It's really troublesome. When the portal dissipated, Qin Feiyang's eyes suddenly had a trace of anger. Immediately, he turned and entered the attic, took out the image crystal, and Wu Yang's shadow quickly condensed. Qin Feiyang said, give me the location and coordinates of the alchemy fire. Wu Yang was stunned and said respectfully, now we only know that the alchemy fire has appeared in Qinghai, and the location and coordinates are still in the process of finding out. How long do you need to find out? Qin Feiyang frowned. I don't know. Wu Yang shook his head. Qin Feiyang pondered and said, once you find out the coordinates, tell me immediately. Wu Yang nodded and asked, is there anything else? Nothing. Qin Feiyang shook his head. After turning off the image crystal, Qin Feiyang sat on the chair, lowered his head and muttered, his eyes flickering. 7th grade alchemy fire, I'm determined to get it. A moment later, he clenched his hands and muttered to himself, a firm light flashing in his eyes. Time flew. Early the next morning, Qin Feiyang walked out of the attic. So, Wang Yu and young Master Hao also walked out. Although they didn't want to go, the Chief Pagoda Master had already made up his mind and could only obey. The three of them gathered together. Wang Yu didn't say anything and directly declared her sovereignty, saying, along the way, you must listen to me. On what basis? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Wang Yu said coldly, because I'm stronger than you. If you're not convinced, you can come and fight. Okay, I'll listen to you. Qin Feiyang was helpless. He was a 1-star battle saint. Wasn't he looking for trouble if he fought with a 9-star battle saint? Then let's go. Wang Yu waved her hand and opened a portal. The three of them walked in one after another. Qilin tribe. Chief, the Chief Pagoda's spy reported that Ancestor Mu is going to Qinghai. In a hall, an old man in black stood in front of the chief of the Qilin tribe and said respectfully. The chief of the Qilin tribe was stunned and frowned. Why is he going to Qinghai? The old man in black said, it said that the Chief Pagoda Master asked him to bring back the alchemy fire. That's not right. Usually, the Chief Pagoda's divine envoy will come out in such a situation. The chief of the Qilin tribe was suspicious. The old man in black said, "It seems that he wants to train him." The chief pagoda master didn't even give them the coordinates and asked them to find it themselves. The chief of the Qilin tribe's eyes lit up and said, "Doesn't that mean that this is a great opportunity to kill him?" "Yes, but also no. Because Wang Yu and young master Hao are going with him." The old man in black said, "What's the matter? Can't we find a chance to avoid them? In short, we can't let Ancestor Mu come back alive this time. I'll leave this matter to you. Bring back the alchemy fire as well." The chief of the Qilin tribe said with a cold smile on his face. The old man in black nodded, then bowed and left. A mysterious tribe. The chief of the divine python tribe was half lying on the chair. He narrowed his eyes as if he was thinking about something. The high priestess stood behind him and gently massaged his shoulders. A moment later, the chief of the divine python tribe suddenly opened his eyes and sat up straight. He said, "I have a feeling that we can't let Ancestor Mu live." The high priestess's delicate body stiffened. She shook her head and said, "No, if the assassination fails, it'll be equivalent to us not fighting and not confessing. Besides, judging from Ancestor Mu's attitude that day, he definitely doesn't know the cause of Big Brother's death." "I understand. But I can't feel at ease if Ancestor Mu doesn't die," the chief of the divine python tribe said in distress. "You're a typical thief with a guilty conscience." The high priestess glared at him helplessly. After pondering for a moment, she said, "How about this? Isn't he going to Qinghai? We'll let Elder Qin follow him first. If there's a chance to kill him in one strike, we'll kill him. If there's no chance, we'll give up decisively." The chief of the divine python tribe's eyes lit up. He said happily, "That's a good idea. I'll go find Elder Qin immediately." With that, he got up and left in a hurry. If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? Chapter 980. Qinghai City. This city was located at the western border of the central divine kingdom, which was very far away from the divine city. The area of Qinghai City was only about 5 or 6 miles. Compared to the divine city, it was like heaven and earth. Moreover, Qinghai City had been built for less than 1,000 years. However, such a city was quite prosperous. Because Qinghai City was the only way to Qinghai, and it was only dozens of miles away from Qinghai. Many people who went to Qinghai to explore and search for treasures would come here to replenish their supplies and rest. Swish! At this moment, in the sky above a forest outside the city, 3 figures appeared out of thin air. It was Qin Feiyang and the other 2. Qin Feiyang glanced down, looked up at the city not far away, and asked suspiciously, "Where is this?" "I don't know either." Young Master Hao shook his head. Although he was born in the central divine kingdom, he had always been in the divine city, so he was even more unfamiliar with the outside world than Qin Feiyang. Wang Yuer said, "This is Qinghai City, the only city near Qinghai. If you want to buy anything, hurry up and buy it." Young Master Hao asked curiously, "Sister, have you been here before?" Wang Yuer shook her head. "Then how do you know?" Young Master Hao was suspicious. "Nonsense. Of course I asked around." Wang Yuer glared at him angrily. In fact, last night, she had deliberately asked someone about the details of Qinghai City. Therefore, although she had never been here before, she knew a little about Qinghai City. Young Master Hao smiled embarrassedly. "This woman is quite attentive." Qin Feiyang glanced at Wang Yuer and asked, "Then should we change our faces and hide our identities?" "No need. Qinghai City is millions of miles away from the divine city. Basically, no one here has been to the divine city, so no one will know us." Wang Yuer said, "No way. I'm so famous, but they don't know me." Young Master Hao was surprised. "Narcissist." Wang Yuer couldn't help but roll her eyes and said, "Although others don't know you, the pavilion master and the city lord of Qinghai City know you." Young Master Hao was stunned and asked. Wang Yuer said, "Fu Xiong, Shen Feiyun." "So it's them." Young Master Hao was enlightened. "Let's go. Restrain your auras and don't attract too much attention. After all, we're here to train. The fewer people who know, the better." Wang Yuer said indifferently and flew towards Qinghai City without looking back. Qin Feiyang and young Master Hao followed behind her. Qin Feiyang whispered, "Who are Fu Xiong and Shen Feiyun?" Young Master Hao chuckled, "Speaking of which, you and Fu Xiong have some history." "Origin?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. Young Master Hao asked, "Do you remember Fu Anshan?" "Of course I remember," Qin Feiyang said. Young Master Hao smiled. "Fu Xiong is Fu Anshan's son." Qin Feiyang was taken aback. Then he smiled bitterly. Enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. As for Shen Feiyun, this person was once a prominent figure in Divine City. He was even as famous as Gongsun Bei. Unfortunately, in the end, when he spoke up to hear, young Master Hao paused as if he was hiding something that was difficult to say. As famous as Gongsun Bei, Qin Feiyang was shocked. Who didn't know that Gongsun Bei was not only the disciple of the chief tower master, but also his trusted aide? Could be said that his status in Forgotten Continent was definitely not lower than the Holy Tower Master and the Saint Peak Master. And a person who could be compared to Gongsun Bei should at least be an overlord. How could he have fallen to such a state? Not long later, the three of them landed in front of the city gate. There were 4 guards guarding the city gate. Their cultivation was between 1-star War Master and 3-star War Master. "Wow, look, a great beauty has come." When they saw Wang Yuer, the eyes of the 4 guards immediately lit up as they stood at the city gate. When Qin Feiyang and the other 2 approached, the leader of the guards shouted, "Stop!" The 3 of them were slightly stunned. The leader of the guards shouted, "Who are you? What is your purpose in coming to Qinghai City?" The people coming and going all stopped in their tracks and looked at the 3 of them suspiciously. Wang Yuer raised her eyebrows and said patiently, "Big brothers, we are explorers going to Qinghai City." "Really? But no matter how we look at it, you don't look like good people." The guard glanced at Qin Feiyang and young Master Hao, then looked straight at Wang Yuer. The other 3 guards were the same. Looking at the eyes of the 4, Qin Feiyang immediately understood that there was an ulterior motive. But he didn't move, because he wanted to see how Wang Yuer was going to deal with it. Wang Yuer had seen countless people and had teased countless men. Of course, she could see through the thoughts of the 4 at a glance. A cold light flashed in her eyes as she said, "Then may I ask, how can we prove that we are not bad people?" There was a trace of coldness in her tone. "Search. We want to see if you have any weapons on you. Don't try to resist. Because in Qinghai City, no matter how high your cultivation is or how strong you are, you have to follow the rules here." The leader of the guard said very seriously, but his eyes were always glancing at Wang Yuer's chest. "You're courting death." Young Master Hao clenched his hands and said in a deep voice, "What if we don't follow the rules?" "Don't follow the rules?" The 4 guards looked at each other and smiled. The leader's eyes flashed, and he said, "If you don't follow the rules, you'll die, even if you're the king of heaven." Arrogant. Young Master Hao was furious. Qin Feiyang grabbed him and said with a smile, "Don't be anxious. We'll make a move when Wang Yuer can't handle it." Young Master Hao was stunned, and his eyes immediately became strange. He said through voice transmission, "Brother, she's your fiancée now. Are you going to watch her being teased by other men in public?" Qin Feiyang pursed his lips. "Fiancé?" He didn't have such luck. "You 2 bastards, are you still men?" At the same time, seeing Qin Feiyang and Wang Yuer remain indifferent, Wang Yuer's heart also surged with anger. "Didn't you tell us to listen to you? Without your permission, we wouldn't dare to move." "Brother Hao, don't you think so?" Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile. Young Master Hao's face darkened and he said angrily, "Brother, you're being immoral. It's fine if you want to fight with her, but why drag me into it? Are you stupid? Can't you see that I'm fighting for the right to speak for us? You can't expect us 2 men to listen to a woman, can you?" Qin Feiyang said. "I see." Young Master Hao came to a realization, then looked at Wang Yuer and said timidly through voice transmission, "Sister, Brother Mu is right. Without your permission, we wouldn't dare to be presumptuous." Wang Yuer's face turned pale. She was not a fool. and she could naturally see that the two were doing it on purpose. At the same time, seeing that Wang Yue didn't say anything, the four guards thought that Wang Yue acquiesced to their search, so they smiled at each other and went forward to surround Wang Yue. The leader of the guards said with a smile, "Little girl, don't be nervous. We're just searching you. We won't take advantage of you." Yes. It's just a search. The other three guards nodded in agreement, but their eyes were extremely wretched. The four of them raised their arms one after another and reached for Wang Yue. "You really don't know what's good for you," Wang Yue muttered, her eyes cold and piercing. But suddenly, a sly look flashed in her eyes, and she said to Qin Feiyang through voice transmission, "Do you want me to say it before you're willing to move? Fine, now I order you to cripple the four of them." Cripple? Young Master Hao was stunned and said to himself, "Brother, what should we do now?" "Pretend you didn't hear it," Qin Feiyang said indifferently. Young Master Hao was stunned and shook his head with a bitter smile. These two were indeed a pair of enemies. Seeing that the two of them were still indifferent, Wang Yue's temper couldn't help but flare up. "You win." She turned around and glared at the two of them fiercely, then glanced at the four guards, killing intent bursting out of her eyes. The four guards couldn't help but tremble. "What are you doing?" However, at this time, a displeased shout was heard. "Oh no." The four guards trembled again and hurriedly turned to look at the street inside the city gate with incomparably respectful expressions. The crowd of onlookers was the same, as if some big shot had arrived. Qin Feiyang and young Master Hao looked at each other and also looked up. Their gazes passed through the crowd and finally landed on a certain place on the street inside the city. At that place, a young man was walking over with large strides, surrounded by a group of guards. The young man was wearing a gorgeous purple robe and was about 1.8 meters tall. There was an exquisite jade pendant on his waist, and he looked dignified and arrogant. The group of guards behind him were dressed similar to the four guards guarding the city. Obviously, they were all from the city lord's mansion. However, their auras were much stronger than the four people guarding the city. The purple-clothed young man was like a moon surrounded by stars, looking down on the crowd. "Greetings, young Master Long." As soon as the purple-clothed young man came out, the people gathered in front of the city gate bowed to him. Young Master Long nodded, his arrogant expression slightly cold, but when he saw Wang Yue, his eyes flashed with surprise. "What's going on?" He looked at the four city guards and frowned. The leader of the guards hurriedly said, "Young Master Long, it's like this." However, before he could speak, Wang Yue's eyes flashed, and she ran to young Master Long in a panic, saying, "Young Master, you have to uphold justice for this little girl." As she spoke, she used her charm technique slightly. Young Master Long was immediately enchanted, his eyes filled with admiration, and then patted his chest proudly. "Don't be afraid, with me here, no one dares to bully you." "Thank you, young master." Wang Yue looked at him gratefully, her charming eyes were like silk, seducing one's soul. "Little demoness," Qin Feiyang cursed. "Get used to it." Young Master Hao patted his shoulder and sighed. He had lived with Wang Yue since he was young, so he had a certain immunity to Wang Yue's charm technique. But the others couldn't. At this moment, all the men present looked at Wang Yue as if their souls had left their bodies. That young Master Long was even more obsessed with the charm technique, unable to extricate himself. At the same time, Wang Yue glanced at everyone, and finally her gaze fell on Qin Feiyang and young Master Hao. Her gaze was somewhat thought-provoking. Looking at Wang Yue's gaze, young Master Hao inexplicably felt flustered, and transmitted his voice, "Brother Mu, I have an ominous premonition." "Me too," Qin Feiyang muttered. Both of them secretly became vigilant. Because this Wang Yue could do anything. Wang Yue suddenly retracted her gaze and looked at young Master Long with a charming smile. "Young Master, didn't you want to uphold justice for me? Why aren't you saying anything?" Yes. Young Master Long suddenly came back to his senses, and then nodded repeatedly. Looking at the four guards, he said angrily, "You four men actually bullied a woman in broad daylight. This is too much. Young Master, this is a misunderstanding." The four of them trembled physically and mentally, and hurriedly knelt on the ground. "Misunderstanding?" Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? My city lord mansion sent you here to guard the city gate and maintain order, not to use your authority to bully people. Young Master Long roared. We were wrong. Young Master, please spare us. The four of them kept kowtowing, extremely terrified. I also want to spare you, but with so many people watching, if I do so, won't people say that I'm bending the law for personal gain? Don't blame me, this is what you asked for. Young Master Long shook his head and sighed and shouted, Men, execute them on the spot. One of the guards behind him replied respectfully. Then, he took a step forward and without saying anything, he killed the four guards. So ruthless? Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. Young Master Hao secretly said, It's not that he's ruthless, it's sister's charming technique. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was surprised. You still don't understand? Sister's charming technique, when used to a certain extent, can control a person's mind, and you have to do whatever she wants you to do. And that day at Longfeng Pavilion, you were lucky. Because you're about to become my father's disciple, she has some concerns, so she didn't dare to do that. Young Master Hao secretly said. When Qin Feiyang heard this, he couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Wang Yuer's charming technique was even more terrifying than he had imagined. It seemed that in the future he had to stay away from this woman, lest he suddenly be controlled. One had to know. He was a person with secrets all over his body. Once controlled, the consequences would be unimaginable. Young Master Long looked at Wang Yuer and said with a flattering smile, Miss, are you satisfied now? Thank you, young master. Wang Yuer said weakly, then suddenly pointed at Qin Feiyang and young Master Hao, and said, And them, they followed me all the way, they definitely have ulterior motives. What the hell? Qin Feiyang and young Master Hao almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Ulterior motives? What kind of joke was this? If it was another woman, it might be possible. But for this little demoness, they only wanted to stay as far away from her as possible. How could they possibly have ulterior motives towards her? However, no one else knew about this. Everyone looked at the two of them in unison, their eyes filled with anger. As for that young Master Long, his eyes revealed a trace of ruthlessness. She's forcing us to make a move. Young Master Hao sighed. Qin Feiyang also had a helpless look on his face. A single sentence was enough to make him and young Master Hao public enemies. This woman was more than terrifying, she was simply impossible to deal with. Suddenly, killing intent flashed in young Master Long's eyes, and he said without turning his head, Miss, tell me, how should we deal with them? It's up to you. Wang Yuer said weakly. Young Master Long laughed coldly and waved his hand, Break their legs for this young master. Immediately, the group of guards behind him swarmed forward with cruel smiles on their faces. There were more than a dozen of them, and their cultivations ranged from 3 to 5-star War Master. Sis, isn't this too much? Young Master Hao sent a sound transmission, sweeping his gaze across the guards, his brows tightly knitted. You asked for it. Chapter 981. More than a dozen guards looked ferocious. Wang Yuer revealed 2 sweet dimples, looking extremely charming. She was a typical little witch. Young Master Long gritted his teeth as if he had a feud with Qin Feiyang and Wang Yuer. Seeing this situation, the surrounding crowd kept retreating, afraid that they would be implicated. The atmosphere at the scene was extremely tense. Qin Feiyang and Wang Yuer looked at each other and couldn't help but raise their eyebrows. Young Master Hao looked at those guards and said, Let me tell you, you'd better not provoke me. You still dare to be arrogant when you're about to die? Young Master Long looked surprised and then said to those guards, Be gentle, don't kill them. I want to have fun today. More than a dozen guards nodded, their faces full of mockery and ridicule. There are so many people who want to die. Young Master Hao's eyes turned cold, and his saint aura roared in all directions. Those dozen guards were immediately imprisoned on the spot. He is actually a battle saint? Young Master Long was shocked. Under young Master Hao's saint aura, those guards felt as if they were in the abyss, and their bodies turned cold. I said, Don't provoke me. Young Master Hao roared, and his saint aura suddenly surged. More than a dozen guards exploded on the spot, and blood splattered in the sky. Everyone's faces turned pale with fright. Wang Yue was also shocked. Obviously, she didn't expect young Master Hao to kill them directly. Only Qin Feiyang looked as if nothing had happened. Although he hadn't known young Master Hao for long, he had already known young Master Hao's character. Don't be fooled by young Master Hao's usual sloppy appearance. In fact, there was an inviolable arrogance in his bones. Therefore, when dealing with this person, one had to use the right method, or one would get into trouble. And this young Master Long, relying on the power behind him, repeatedly provoked him. As the son of the chief tower master, he definitely couldn't tolerate it. How dare you? How dare you kill my guards? Do you know who I am? Do you know how big a mistake you have made? Young Master Long didn't realize that he had hit an iron plate this time. After coming back to his senses, he immediately shouted at young Master Hao in a stern voice. You're still excited? Young Master Hao raised his eyebrows, crossed his arms in front of his chest, and laughed. You are the first one who dares to talk to me like this. I have to admire your courage. Who do you think you are? Young Master Long was not to be outdone. Qin Feiyang frowned. Young Master Hao had already displayed his strength, yet this person still dared to continue challenging him? It seemed like this young Master Long really had someone backing him up. In the meantime, young Master Hao was stunned. As the son of the dignified chief tower master, when had he ever been humiliated like this? Was this person tired of living? Murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he landed in front of young Master Long. What do you want to do? This sudden action caused young Master Long to panic a little. What are you trying to do? What do you think? Young Master Hao laughed and raised his hand to slap young Master Long's face. Furthermore, he used half of his strength. But even if it was only half of his strength, it was still not something that young Master Long could withstand. Because young Master Long was only a battle emperor. There was no suspense. Accompanied by a miserable howl, young Master Long flew out like a meteorite, crashing into the city gate behind him, blood spurting out wildly. Half of his face instantly swelled up, and a blood-red palm print was extremely eye-catching. You actually dare to hit me? He laid on the ground and looked at young Master Hao in disbelief. So what if I hit you? Let me tell you, to be able to let me slap you, that is the accumulated merit of your ancestors. You should go back and burn incense. Young Master Hao said in disdain. How preposterous! I will definitely not let you off. Young Master Long spat out a mouthful of blood. He was angered by young Master Hao's words. He got up in a sorry state and looked at Wang Yu. Miss, don't be afraid. Come with me first, I'll bring you to settle the score with them later. You'd better pray for yourself. Wang Yu chuckled, and then entered the city without looking back. What do you mean? Young Master Long was stunned. Can't you tell? She's with us. She's just teasing you. You really took it seriously. You're really stupid. Young Master Hao shook his head and sneered. After saying that, he chased after Wang Yu. You're still too young. Qin Feiyang stepped forward and patted young Master Long's shoulder. He shook his head and smiled, then followed him into the city. Teasing me? Young Master Long was stunned, unable to regain his senses for a long time. A moment later, he looked at the crowd around him and asked, Are they really together? Everyone nodded. Young Master Long immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation and roared, Then why didn't you tell me earlier? You didn't ask. And you didn't give us a chance to speak. Everyone muttered in their hearts. At the same time, they were very nervous. Qin Feiyang and the other two did not understand young Master Long, but they did. Not only did this person have a backer, he was also narrow-minded. No one dared to offend him. Young Master Long's hands were tightly clenched together as he looked at the backs of Qin Feiyang and the other two. The killing intent in his eyes was undisguised. Just you wait, I will let you know the consequences of offending this young master. He muttered, then opened the teleportation gate and left. Only then did the people gathered here heave a sigh of relief. Following that, they began to discuss in low voices. To even dare to hit young Master Long, What kind of background did these three people have? Moreover, under the deliberate spread of the news, this matter spread from 1 to 10, from 10 to 100, and very quickly, everyone in Qinghai City knew about it. They were all shocked and in disbelief. On a bustling street, Qin Feiyang and the other two walked side by side. When the pedestrians who came and went saw them, they couldn't help but take a few more glances. It spread throughout Qinghai City so quickly. It really is, as the saying goes, good things don't go out, but bad things travel 1,000 miles. Young Master Hao shook his head. Qin Feiyang laughed. This also means that young Master Long's background is not small. No matter how great his background is, can he compare to me? Young Master Hao disdained. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly. In this forgotten continent, other than the Mu family, there really wasn't any hedonistic son who dared to compare family background with young Master Hao. Young Master Hao looked at Wang Yu, who was walking in the middle, and frowned. Sis, you've caused enough trouble. Shouldn't you tell us now? Why did you bring us to Qinghai City? I'm causing trouble? Wang Yu laughed out of anger and said, From what you're saying, you're blaming me. Did I say that? Young Master Hao had an innocent look on his face. Don't think that I don't know what you guys want to do. Let me give you a piece of advice. All of you better behave yourselves. Wang Yu coldly snorted. Young Master Hao said powerlessly, Yes, 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 you're the best, you're the biggest, you can say it now. Didn't I say it already? We came to Qinghai City to prepare for going to Qinghai City. According to what I heard last night, Qinghai City is very big, and there are very few islands. Without an island, we won't be able to land. So for safety's sake, before we go, we must first buy a few water avoidance pearls. Wang Yu said. And Wang Yu's attentiveness once again made Qin Feiyang have a whole new level of respect for her. Indeed, water avoidance pearls were indispensable when going on an adventure in the sea, because there was a lot of water pressure in the deep sea. If one accidentally fell into the deep sea, it would be extremely dangerous. Everyone knew that. Not only were there powerful sea beasts lurking in the deep sea, but the water pressure would also affect one's strength and cause inconvenience. But it would be different with water avoidance pearls. The water avoidance pearls could isolate the water pressure, allowing one to be as relaxed in the deep sea as on land. Water avoidance pearls? Young Master Hao frowned and said, Then why didn't you say so earlier? The old man has a lot of them. I'll just go and ask him for a few. Wang Yu said, He won't give them to you. But young Master Hao was suspicious. Don't you understand? This time, your father asked us to come to Qinghai City to train you. So not to mention your father, even if you go to Gongsun Bay or your friends, they won't give you water avoidance pearls. Wang Yu glared at him angrily. She had never seen such a stupid person who still didn't understand the situation. Is that so? Young Master Hao was stunned and looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang nodded with a wry smile. In fact, young Master Hao wasn't stupid, but he just didn't use the right path. And now it seemed that the Chief Tower Master's worries were reasonable. If he didn't train him, his future would be ruined. After all this time, I'm the one who implicated you? Young Master Hao looked at the two of them with a stunned expression. What do you think? Wang Yu rolled her eyes at young Master Hao, then stopped a passerby and asked, Brother, how do I get to the trading pavilion? It's 2 blocks ahead and around the corner. The passerby said in a hurry and ran away as if he was running for his life. The three of them looked at each other. Young Master Hao frowned and said, Why do I feel that in his eyes, we are a bit of a plague? Not a bit. We are. It seems that young Master Long is really not simple. Qin Feiyang said. So what? He'd better not provoke us again, or I'll send him to hell. Young Master Hao's eyes flashed coldly. A moment later, the three of them entered the trading pavilion. Compared to the trading pavilions in Divine City, the scale of the trading pavilions here was much smaller. The whole building only had 3 floors, and the decoration was very old. But after all, it was the only trading pavilion in the Qinghai region, so there were many people coming in and out. Greetings, Mississippi, greetings, young masters. A woman in red came up and bowed to the three of them. Wang Yu said, Do you have a water-repelling pearl here? The woman in red nodded, not surprised at all. Because most people came to the trading pavilion for the water-repelling pearl. Wang Yu was delighted and asked, "How much is it?" "Miss, this is your first time here, right? We don't sell the water-repelling pearl. We only auction it. The highest bidder gets it, and we only auction 5 a day." The woman in red smiled. "You're auctioning this thing? You're not too kind. You're clearly taking advantage of the situation." Young Master Hao said unhappily. Wang Yu also frowned and was a little dissatisfied. The water-repelling pearl was very precious and rare in the eyes of others, but for people like young Master Hao and Wang Yu, it couldn't be more ordinary. This was the difference in values between people of different levels. This is the rule set by the higher-ups. We can only follow it. Please understand. The woman in red smiled apologetically. People who stayed in the trading pavilion all year round were definitely better at reading people than others. From the conversation between young Master Hao and young Master Hao, she had already guessed that the 3 people in front of her must be extraordinary, so her attitude was more polite. "It's okay." Wang Yu waved her hand and smiled. She asked, "Is there an auction today?" "It starts in an hour. If you're not in a hurry, you can stay and watch. Because when we auction the water-repelling pearl, we will also auction other rare treasures that may be helpful for your trip to Jianghu." The woman in red said. Wang Yu was moved. She nodded and smiled. "Then please arrange a private room for us." "Please follow me." After the woman in red finished speaking, she turned around and was about to lead the way. But at this moment, a group of people rushed into the trading pavilion aggressively. The leader was young Master Long. There were more than 20 people behind him. They were all middle-aged burly men. Their bodies were burly, and the aura they emitted was between 7 and 9 Star War Masters. Compared to the guards at the city gate before, their overall strength was on a higher level. Beside young Master Long, there was an old man in black. This person was skinny and had white hair. There was no aura on his body at all. He looked weak, but his old eyes were filled with strands of astonishing sharpness. "It's them." After young Master Long rushed into the trading pavilion, he glanced at the crowd. When he saw Qin Feiyang and the other 2, he immediately grabbed the 3 of them and said angrily. Immediately, the 20 or so guards and the old man in black looked at Qin Feiyang and the other 2. "They're really not afraid of death." Young Master Hao muttered, a hint of killing intent flashing in the depths of his eyes. Young Master Long smiled contemptuously, looked at the 3 of them arrogantly, and said, "Now, I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and kowtow to apologize." "Kowtow and apologize? Who gave you the guts to say such words to me?" Young Master Hao's face darkened. "Ha!" Young Master Long laughed arrogantly and said, "Today, not only do you have to kowtow and apologize, you also have to hand her over to me. Smelly bitch, how dare you play with me? I'll let you know the consequences of offending me later." His eyes swept across Wang Yuer's chest unscrupulously, full of lust and wickedness. Wang Yuer frowned and said indifferently, "You will pay the price for this." "Ha, this is my territory, what do you dare to do to me? You're not going to kneel, are you? All right. Cripple them for me." Young Master Long roared, and the 20 or so guards immediately rushed towards Qin Feiyang and the other 2. "Stop." But at this time, the woman in red stood up, looked at young Master Long, and said in a deep voice, "Young Master Long, don't forget that this is the trading pavilion. If you have any personal grudges, please wait until they leave the trading pavilion. Is the trading pavilion that great? Get the hell out of my way, or I'll beat you up too." Young Master Long shouted arrogantly. "How dare you?" The woman in red's face sank. However, before she could finish her sentence, young Master Long took a step forward and slapped the woman in red's face. The woman in red was stunned. Although she was only a staff member of the trading pavilion and couldn't be compared to young Master Long, in Qinghai City, no one had ever dared to cause trouble in the trading pavilion. Not to mention the people in the trading pavilion. Young Master Long waved his hand and sneered, "Bitch, I'll ask you one more time, are you going to get out of my way or not?" They are guests of my trading pavilion. Don't even think about touching them. I will immediately report this matter to the pavilion master and ask him to make a decision. The woman in red took out an image crystal. You're courting death. Young Master Long was furious. He slapped away the image crystal of the woman in red, and then slapped her again. The woman in red's beautiful face turned pale. Young Master Long was a famous playboy in Qinghai City, so she understood him. Although he was usually very arrogant, he was still honest every time he came to the trading pavilion. But he didn't expect him to be so crazy today. You've gone too far. Chapter 982. Young Master Long raised his eyebrows, looked at Qin Feiyang's hand, and laughed. Do you want to be the hero to save the beauty? His smile was somewhat frightening. The woman in red cursed in her heart, and hurriedly sent a sound transmission to Qin Feiyang. Young Master, quickly stop, he is not someone you can provoke. Qin Feiyang laughed faintly. This matter was originally caused by us, speaking of which, we have implicated you, so let me end it. He did not send a sound transmission. The woman in red was stunned. This kind of confident tone and arrogant demeanor was not something an adventurer should have. Could it be that these three people had a great background? However, young Master Long seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world as he raised his head and laughed loudly. Qin Feiyang chuckled. Is it that funny? If it's not funny, would this young master laugh? I think you're just here to be funny. End it? How do you want to end it? Kill me? Do you have the guts? Let me tell you, as long as I lose a single strand of hair here, you can forget about leaving this Qinghai city. After young Master Long finished speaking, he laughed out loud again, his eyes filled with contempt. Is that so? The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth lifted, his 5 fingers slightly exerted force, and a kacha sound immediately resounded. He crushed young Master Long's wrist. Young Master Long, who was laughing, immediately let out a pig-like howl. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead, and his face instantly turned pale. Quickly save the young master. The 20-odd guards' expressions suddenly changed as they rushed towards Qin Feiyang. Scram! Qin Feiyang roared, his holy might roared, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. In an instant, as if struck by lightning, those guards were all sent flying, spitting out blood as they screamed miserably. He is also a war saint. The onlookers turned pale with fright. The black-clothed old man, who had been silent the entire time, couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying pressure rushed out from the black-clothed old man's body. This was also the holy might, and it was even stronger than Qin Feiyang. 2-star war saint. He glanced at Wang Yu and young Master Hao, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said solemnly, Qinghai City is not a place where you can behave atrociously. As soon as he finished, the black-clothed old man took a step forward. He raised his aged hand and went straight for Qin Feiyang's chest. Qin Feiyang looked at the black-clothed old man, with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Boom! And just as the black-clothed old master holy might, the black-clothed old man was immediately imprisoned, unable to move at all. This holy might, everyone's to master, their eyes. She was also a venerable, his cultivation his. Wang Yuer had concealed her aura, so everyone had always thought that she was just a pretty but useless vase. But he never expected that she was the real big BS. Here came the problem. Who was to be, to these three? The black-clothed old man's eyes were gloomy. He had obviously realized that he had hit an iron plate this time, but he wasn't nervous at all. The three of you, we are from the City Lord's mansion. And this young Master Long is the only son of the City Lord, so before you make a move, you'd better think carefully. The black-clothed old man said. The threat in his words was not concealed at all. The City Lord's son? Young Master Hao was stunned and frowned. You mean he is Shen Feiyun's son? How dare you? How can you call the City Lord's name directly? The black-clothed old man scolded. Young Master Hao was too lazy to pay attention to him. He looked at young Master Long, shook his head and sighed. Back then, Shen Feiyun was considered a figure in the Divine City, but I didn't expect him to teach such a scum son. This, The black-clothed old man was dumbfounded. Although Shen Feiyun was the city lord of Qinghai City, he rarely appeared in front of others. As for his past deeds, there were even fewer people who knew about them. But this person actually knew. Could it be that these three people were from the Divine City? I want to see who has the guts to talk about me behind my back. Suddenly, a hoarse voice sounded. Following closely, a middle-aged man, holding a wine pot, staggered into the trading pavilion. This person looked to be in his 40s, with a striking scar at the corner of his eye. His face was full of stubble, his clothes were untidy, his hair was messy, and his body reeked of alcohol, like a sloppy drunkard. "Greetings, City Lord." When the surrounding crowd saw this person, they all bowed. "City Lord?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. This drunkard was Shen Feiyun? This was too different from the Shen Feiyun he imagined. One had to know. This Shen Feiyun was once in existence that could stand shoulder to shoulder with Gongsun Bei. Even if he came to Qinghai City, he wouldn't be in such dire straits. At the same time, young Master Hao and Wang Yu looked at Shen Feiyun, their brows tightly knitted together. Obviously, Shen Feiyun's current appearance surprised them. "Father, save me." Young Master Long seemed to have seen his savior and hurriedly called out. Shen Feiyun glanced at him indifferently, then looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two. His eyes were also hazy with drunkenness. But when he saw the appearance of young Master Hao and Wang Yu, he suddenly quivered, and his drunkenness instantly disappeared. He stared at the two of them, his seemingly pale and powerless eyes filled with disbelief. What's going on? Everyone looked at each other. They had thought that Shen Feiyun would definitely fly into a rage when he saw his son being beaten in public, but they didn't expect him to reveal such an expression. Wang Yu frowned and sent a sound transmission. "Elder brother Shen, we are here to gain experience. Don't reveal our identities for the time being." Experience? Shen Feiyun was stunned. What was going on? Why would a young miss who was admired by countless people, a young master who lived like a prince, suddenly come out to gain experience, and even come to Qinghai City? Seeing this, young Master Long was extremely anxious and said angrily, "Father, what are you doing? Quickly teach them a lesson." "Bastard!" Shen Feiyun was furious and stepped forward to slap young Master Long's face. Everyone was stunned. What the hell was going on? It was fine if he didn't stand up for young Master Long, but why did he have to teach young Master Long a lesson? Looks like they really are big shots from the Divine City. The old man in black muttered, his heart filled with lingering fear. Even the city lord was so fearful, one could imagine how great the background of these three young people was. Fortunately, the city lord had arrived in time, otherwise, this matter would have blown up. And without any suspense, young Master Long was also stunned by this slap. When he came back to his senses, other than disbelief, he still had a questioning look on his face. But Shen Feiyun ignored him, looked at Wang Yu, and said, "Can you give me some face and let my son go this time? I can let him go, but remember, discipline him more in the future. After all, not everyone will give you this face." After young Master Hao finished speaking, he nodded to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang frowned. To be honest, he already had the intention to kill young Master Long. However, since young Master Hao had already promised Shen Feiyun, he couldn't refute young Master Hao's face, and finally let young Master Long go. "Father, what's wrong with you?" Young Master Long ran to Shen Feiyun's side as if he was running for his life, and asked suspiciously. "Shut up," Shen Feiyun shouted coldly. He looked at young Master Hao and said, "When I go back, I will teach him a lesson, but you guys better not cause trouble in Qinghai City." Young Master Hao said indifferently, "Do we look like people who would take the initiative to cause trouble? It's best if that's the case." Shen Feiyun looked at the three of them with deep meaning, and then did not say another word, and turned to leave with young Master Long and the others. What's going on? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Shen Feiyun obviously knew the identity of young Master Hao and Wang Yu, but why was his attitude so cold? He could even faintly catch a trace of disgust in Shen Feiyun's eyes. At the same time, the surrounding crowd looked at each other in dismay. They originally thought that there would be a good show to watch, but who would have thought that it would end just like that? And when they looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two again, their eyes were filled with reverence. The red-clothed lady who received Qin Feiyang and the other two was the same. She had guessed that the three of them might have extraordinary origins, but she didn't expect that even the city lord would be so polite to them. Who? The red-clothed lady took a deep breath and calmed the emotions in her heart. Then, she looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two and bowed. I'm sorry, I frightened you guys. Wang Yuer said, we were the ones who caused you to be slapped by him. We should be the ones apologizing. Miss is too polite. Anyone who comes to the trading pavilion is an honored guest of our trading pavilion. Of course, we have to do our best to protect the safety of our guests. The red-clothed lady laughed. Qin Feiyang and the other two were surprised. They didn't expect the trading pavilion of Qinghai City to be so protective of their guests. If it was the trading pavilion of the Divine City, the people of the trading pavilion would probably only stand behind young Master Long. Fu Anshan was the best example. Back then, Qin Feiyang and the others entered the trading pavilion. Later, Guoming brought people to cause trouble. In the end, Fu Anshan helped the people of the Scorpion tribe to bully them. Let's go. I'll take you to the VIP room. The red-clothed lady said. Thank you. Wang Yuer nodded and smiled. Thus, the three of them walked to the second floor under the guidance of the red-clothed lady. Brother Hao, didn't you say that the pavilion master of Qinghai City's trading pavilion, Fu Xiong, is Fu Anshan's son? Qin Feiyang frowned. That's right. Young Master Hao nodded and asked suspiciously, what's wrong? Qin Feiyang said, it's nothing. I just feel that Fu Xiong's management is pretty good. There was an old saying that went like this. Like father, like son. Before coming to the trading pavilion, he thought that Fu Xiong was the same as Fu Anshan, a petty person who only cared about benefits. But now, it seemed that wasn't the case. Because the quality of the staff was related to the person in charge. The better the quality of the person in charge, the better the quality of the staff. Although he hadn't seen Fu Xiong with his own eyes, from the red-clothed lady's character, it wasn't difficult to see that Fu Xiong should be a good person. Therefore, it was this contrast that made Qin Feiyang unable to adapt for a while. Of course. Chapter 983. City Lord's Mansion. In a certain hall, Shen Feiyun was leaning against a chair, still holding a wine pot in his hand. The old man in black stood respectfully at the side. As for young Master Long, he sat opposite Shen Feiyun with his legs crossed. He looked at his father with a trace of disgust. A moment passed. The old man in black couldn't help but ask, City Lord, who exactly are they? Shen Feiyun remained silent. Another moment passed. He raised his head and looked at young Master Long and said, their identities are not simple, don't provoke them anymore. Provoke? Young Master Long raised his eyebrows and said angrily, are you blind? Can't you see that they provoked me first? Impudent. Who are you talking to? Shen Feiyun was furious. I'm talking to an alcoholic. No, calling you an alcoholic is too flattering. Do you know how many people are talking about you behind your back? You're a good-for-nothing. I feel embarrassed to have a father like you. Do you know that? Young Master Long slapped his face and said in disgust, bastard. Shen Feiyun was unable to restrain his anger and went forward to slap him. Young Master Long was immediately sent flying, crashing into a stone pillar behind him, blood gushing out of his mouth. However, he was not afraid at all. He stood up and shouted, hit me, continue. Other than hitting me, what else can you do? If you have the ability, then beat me to death today. Do you think I don't dare? Shen Feiyun was furious and walked towards young Master Long angrily. Seeing that the situation was not good, the old man in black hurriedly went forward and grabbed Shen Feiyun, saying, Lord, even a vicious tiger will not eat its cubs. Calm down. Young Master Long said, Uncle Nye, let him go. Anyway, I don't want to live anymore, so I might as well let him beat me to death. He can only find a sense of accomplishment on me. Young Master, stop talking. Milord, please calm down. We're all family, why do you have to make such a fuss? The old man in black tried his best to persuade him. Family? Young Master Long sneered and said, seeing me being beaten up, but not even daring to let out a fart, Is this still a family? I think they're worse than outsiders. What do you know? Do you know who they are? Shen Feiyun shouted. I don't know who they are, but I know that I have a cowardly and incompetent father. Young Master Long sneered. Bastard! The furious Shen Feiyun blasted the black-clothed old man away with a palm strike and slapped young Master Long's face. I'll tell you who they are now. The person who killed your guards at the city gate is the son of the chief tower master, young Master Hao. That woman is Wang Su's granddaughter and the daughter of the Saint Peak Master and the Sanctum Master. As for the person who crushed your wrist, he is called Ancestor Mu. He is the direct disciple of the Chief Pagoda Master. He is also engaged to Wang Su's granddaughter. He and young Master Hao are like brothers. Tell me now, how can I help you? Chief Pagoda Master shouted. Well, he actually has such a great background. The black-clothed old man was dumbfounded when he heard this. Young Master Long was also dumbstruck. Who would have thought that the origins of these three people would be so terrifying? The son of the Chief Tower Master. The Tower Master's personal disciple. She was the daughter of the Saint Peak Master and the Saint Tower Master. Any one of these identities was enough to kill him in seconds. I told you not to cause trouble, but you didn't listen. Now you've hit an iron plate? Let me tell you, if it weren't for my face, you would have been dead long ago. You really are a good-for-nothing. Old Nya, watch him for me. Before young Master Hao and the others leave, don't let him take half a step out of the city lord's mansion. Shen Feiyun scolded angrily and then instructed the black-clothed old man before leaving angrily with the wine jug. Yes, I'm a good-for-nothing. But have you ever taught me well? Have you ever cared about me? You only know how to drink all day and do nothing. I'm like this because of you. You'd better drink yourself to death as soon as possible. Young Master Long roared at Shen Feiyun's back. The black-clothed old man sighed and said, Young Master, the Lord also has his difficulties. You should speak less. Pumph. Young Master Long snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with shocking murderous intent, and said sternly, So what if he's the son of the Chief Tower Master? If he dares to provoke me, I will still make him pay the price. The black-clothed old man's face changed and hurriedly said, Young Master, this won't do, please don't act recklessly. Why do you care? Scram. Young Master Long pushed the black-clothed old man away, opened the teleportation door, and walked in without looking back. Trading Pavilion. The woman in red brought Qin Feiyang and the other two into a VIP room. The VIP room was about 5 or 6 meters long, and the decorations were simple and elegant. In the middle, there was a tea table, surrounded by a few chairs neatly arranged. In front of him was a transparent floor-to-ceiling window, allowing him to clearly see the situation outside the auction house. Please take a seat. After the woman in red finished speaking, she walked to the tea table. There was a tea set on the tea table. She squatted on the ground and prepared to make tea. Wang Yu laughed. You can go and do your work, we can do it ourselves. All right, I'll keep guard outside. If there's anything, just call me. The woman in red was very sensible. She got up and walked out of the VIP room, closing the door. The auction would begin in a while. Qin Feiyang glanced at the auction house, then laid on the chair and closed his eyes to take a nap. Suddenly, young Master Hao sighed. I really didn't expect Shen Feiyun to become like this. Yet, this is too different from the Shen Feiyun we know. Wang Yu nodded. Qin Feiyang opened his eyes, looked at the two of them and asked, What kind of person was Shen Feiyun in the past? Young Master Hao said, A person respected by the world, but also a pitiful person. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang became more and more curious. Back then, he was extremely talented, and together with Gong Sun Bei, they were known as the two heroes of the main pagoda. His future was limitless. At that time, both of them wanted to become my father's disciple. But you also know that the main pagoda has rules. One must obtain the inheritance of a certain main pagoda master in the land of inheritance in order to become the current main pagoda master's disciple. Later, my father brought them to the land of inheritance, but the person who obtained the inheritance in the end was Gong Sun Bei. Young Master Hao said. Qin Feiyang said in surprise, Just because of this blow, he left the divine city? Of course not. As a monstrous figure, how could his temperament be so bad? The biggest reason why he left the divine city was that his woman had an affair with Gongsun Bei. Young Master Hao said. What? Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. Surprised, right? I was the same as you at that time. But in fact, this was a misunderstanding. Young Master Hao said. What misunderstanding? Qin Feiyang asked. At that time, Gongsun Bei and Shen Feiyun were rivals and friends in the main pagoda. And the two of them were indeed fated. They fell in love with the same woman at the same time, and the three of them had a very good relationship. In the end, the woman chose Shen Feiyun, and they were already at the point of marriage. But just a few days after Shen Feiyun returned from the land of inheritance, one evening he found that woman and Gongsun Bei together in a secluded valley in the main pagoda's holy land, and they were whispering sweet nothings to each other. Shen Feiyun thought that the two of them were secretly having an affair behind his back. He also thought that the woman was vain. When she saw that Gongsun Bei had become the main pagoda master's disciple, she took the initiative to throw herself at him. So, in a rage, Shen Feiyun directly killed the woman and fought with Gongsun Bei. In the end, even my father was alarmed. Young Master Hao said. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, It's not Shen Feiyun's fault. If there was nothing, why would Gongsun Bei and that woman meet in private? I thought so too at that time. But in the end, under my father's interrogation, Gongsun Bei told the truth. The reason was that Shen Feiyun didn't get the inheritance and couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. After returning from the land of inheritance, he drank all day long to drown his sorrows. That woman was anxious, so she went to find Gongsun Bei and asked him to persuade Shen Feiyun. At that time, they were whispering sweet nothings to each other purely because that woman was pregnant with Shen Feiyun's child. Her body was a little weak and she almost tripped. Gongsun Bei went up to support her and told her to be careful in the future. Unexpectedly, Shen Feiyun happened to see it, and the misunderstanding arose. Young Master Hao sighed. I see. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood and asked, Does Shen Feiyun know the truth? Young Master Hao nodded. Qin Feiyang said, Then he must be very regretful. After all, that woman is already pregnant with his child. Yes, very regretful. But because of this, he resented Gongsun Bei even more. Because in his opinion, if Gongsun Bei hadn't met that woman in private, this tragedy wouldn't have happened. At that time, he might have really been overwhelmed with grief and indignation. He even went to look for my father to reason with him. You know my father's personality. Seeing that he was being unreasonable, not only did he not help him, he even fiercely reprimanded him. Because of this, Shen Feiyun even hated my father, thinking that my father was biased toward Gongsun Bei. Then, in a fit of anger, he left the divine city. There has been no news of him all these years, but I didn't expect him to be in Qinghai City, and I didn't expect his son to be so old. Young Master Hao said. Because of a small misunderstanding, he mistakenly killed his own woman and unborn child. Such a blow, no matter who it was, would probably break down. No wonder he became like this. But not long ago, I noticed that the way he looked at you seemed to still hate your father? Qin Feiyang said. I noticed it too. I think he has fallen into it and will find it very difficult to walk out. My father is the same. He knew that Shen Feiyun was blinded by grief and anger, but he didn't counsel him. Instead, he scolded him. Isn't this aggravating the conflict? Forget it, let's not talk about it. This is their business. Let them solve it themselves. Young Master Hao waved his hand. Qin Feiyang sighed. Chapter 984. At the same time, in the lounge of the trading pavilion, a capable middle-aged man sat in front of the coffee table, slowly drinking tea. Opposite this person, there was a thin young man, who was also a staff member of the trading pavilion. He was saying something to the middle-aged man. Sir, that's what happened. A moment later, the thin young man finally finished speaking. There are still people in Qinghai City that Shen Feiyun is afraid of? The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with surprise as he asked, What do those three people look like? The thin young man waved his hand. his battle chi surged, and 3 phantoms condensed. It was Qin Feiyang and the other 2. The middle-aged man looked at the phantoms of the 3 people and his gaze immediately became dull. The teacup in his hand fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. "What's wrong, sir?" The thin young man was shocked and asked. "Impossible. Why would they appear in Qinghai City?" The middle-aged man acted as if he didn't hear anything as he muttered to himself, his face full of disbelief. The thin young man was also more and more surprised. Suddenly, the middle-aged man looked at the thin young man and asked, "Where are they now?" "VIP room 17 of the auction house." The thin young man said. The middle-aged man pondered for a moment, then waved his hand and said, "I understand, you can leave first." The thin young man respectfully replied, then bowed and left, closing the door. The middle-aged man also lowered his head and pondered. Dong dong. So, there was a knock on the door. The middle-aged man took a deep breath, looked up at the door and said, "Please come in." The door opened, and a purple-clothed young man strode in. It was young Master Long. "Nephew, why are you here?" The middle-aged man looked at young Master Long in surprise. "Don't mention it." After young Master Long closed the door, he shook his head angrily and walked up to sit opposite the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed as he smiled and said, "Could it be that nephew is still brooding over what happened before?" Young Master Long was stunned and frowned. "Uncle Fu also knows?" The middle-aged man said, "It's such a big matter, it's hard for me not to know." Young Master Long said angrily, "That's good, help me judge, isn't my father very incompetent?" The middle-aged man hesitated, not knowing how to answer. "Yes. I admit that their identities are indeed frightening, but there's a good saying, the heavens are high and the emperor is far away. Why are you so afraid of them?" The more young Master Long spoke, the angrier he got. The middle-aged man was stunned and said, "You already know their identities?" "Yes, my father said so." Mr. Dragon nodded and asked, "Uncle Fu, do you know who they are?" "Of course I know." The middle-aged man smiled. Young Master Long said, "Then can you think of a way to help me vent my anger?" The middle-aged man was stunned. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Nephew, aren't you making things difficult for Uncle? Even Uncle Fu is scared of you?" Young Master Dragon raised his eyebrows. "I can't be afraid. Nephew, listen to your uncle. Don't think about revenge anymore. We can't afford to offend the 3 of them." The middle-aged man sighed. "I can't afford to offend him," young Master Long muttered as strands of fierce light suddenly burst out from his eyes, and he said, "I won't stop until I vent my anger." "Why are you so stubborn?" "If you continue like this, Uncle will be angry," the middle-aged man said with a straight face. Young Master Long was incomparably angry and he said, "At any rate, you are people of high status in Qinghai City. I really don't understand, why are you afraid of them?" "Nephew, you have to understand a principle. Some people are born not to be offended." The middle-aged man sighed. "I really don't believe in this. Since Uncle Fu is not willing to help, then I'll take my leave." Young Master Long snorted coldly, stood up and walked towards the door angrily. Looking at young Master Long's back, the middle-aged man's eyes flickered, and he suddenly said, "Nephew, wait." "What?" Young Master Long stopped and asked without turning his head. "You really want to take revenge?" the middle-aged man said. Young Master Long nodded without hesitation. The middle-aged man frowned and said, "Aren't you afraid of their revenge?" Young Master Long said. The middle-aged man was surprised and said, "So confident, do you already know the grudge between your father and the chief tower master?" "What?" Young Master Long turned to look at the middle-aged man and said in surprise, "What grudge do they have? I didn't know at first. It's a long story, and this is also a scandal I can't tell you." The middle-aged man shook his head. Young Master Long said impatiently, "Uncle Fu, can you be a man, don't be so wishy-washy?" "You brat, who are you talking to?" The middle-aged man glared at him and said, "I can tell you, but you can't tell anyone else." Young Master Long nodded. "When your father was young, he was a peerless genius in Divine City, and his future could be said to be bright. The middle-aged man said, "What? Father stayed in Divine City?" Young Master Long was surprised. "No, your father was originally from Divine City." The middle-aged man said. This, young Master Long was dumbfounded. Very shocking, right? Not only that, when your father was young, he almost became the chief tower master's disciple. The middle-aged man laughed. Young Master Long frowned and said, "Then why did he come to this place where birds don't lay eggs?" "Because of deceit, suppression." Speaking of this, I have to mention another person. This person is called Gong Sun Bei, and he is now the hall master of the Oracle Hall. He has a high position and power. When he was young, this person had a very good relationship with your father. However, this Gong Sun Bei is a sanctimonious villain. I still remember that your father was about to become the chief tower master's personal disciple, but this Gong Sun Bei said something to the chief tower master, and the chief tower master immediately changed his mind. And he even took the opportunity to snatch your father's woman. The middle-aged man said faintly. Hearing this, young Master Long was stunned, and then said angrily, "He is too despicable." Isn't that so? The most excessive thing is that the chief tower master not only went back on his word, but he also sent your father to Qinghai City. And he also gave a death order, ordering your father to never return to Divine City. It is because of this that your father drinks all day long. To be honest, if the chief tower master didn't send your father here, with your father's talent, his status in Divine City would not be worse than Gong Sun Bei. The middle-aged man sighed. How preposterous! These people are worse than animals. Young Master Long gritted his teeth, his eyes full of resentment, and said gloomily, "Uncle Fu, I must seek justice for my father." Forget it. The chief tower master controls the entire Forgotten Continent and the fate of all of us. You can't beat him. It's just that your father, I really feel that it's not worth it for him. The middle-aged man said regretfully. On the surface, it was persuasion, but in reality, it was instigation. I can't beat the chief tower master, but that doesn't mean I can't beat his son. I've decided I want him to taste the pain of losing a son. Young Master Long said sternly. You want to kill young Master Hao? The middle-aged man was shocked. Young Master Long nodded, then knelt on the ground with a plop and said, "Uncle Fu, on account of our years of friendship, please help me." The middle-aged man hesitated. Chapter 985. The middle-aged man lowered his head to look at young Master Long, as if it was very difficult for him to make a decision, and sighed, "Nephew, why are you doing this?" "Fine, since you are so sensible and filial, Uncle will help you this time." "Thank you, Uncle Fu." Young Master Long was overjoyed. The middle-aged man smiled and said, "Don't kneel, quickly get up." Young Master Long got up and returned to his seat, asking, "Uncle, do you have any brilliant ideas?" "Let me think about it first." The middle-aged man pondered. Time passed by just like that. Suddenly, the middle-aged man's eyes flashed as he stood up and said, "Wait a moment, I'll be right back." Without waiting for young Master Long's response, he hurriedly walked out of the lounge. In less than 100 breaths, he returned with an exquisite jade box in his hand. "With this thing, I guarantee that you will succeed." The middle-aged man sat on the chair and smiled, then pushed the jade box in front of young Master Long. Young Master Long grabbed the jade box and opened the lid. At first, a trace of suspicion crawled up in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a ray of light. At the same time, in the VIP room, Qin Feiyang and the other two were sipping tea while chatting, waiting for the auction to begin. Finally, with the sound of a bell, the auction began. In addition to the various VIP rooms, the outside was already packed with people. When the bell rang, the originally noisy auction house immediately quieted down. Shua. Immediately after, a woman in white appeared out of thin air on the high platform in the middle of the auction house. Looking around at the audience, the woman in white smiled and said, "I believe that most of you are no stranger to me, so I don't need to introduce myself and will directly start the auction." As soon as she finished, the woman in white waved her hand, and a palm-sized boat appeared out of thin air in front of her. The treasure light was hazy, and the aura was astonishing. This ship is called the Saint King ship. It is a sacred artifact that can isolate the wind and waves of the sea and stop the attacks of the saint beasts. It can be said that as long as you have it, everyone can basically move unimpeded in the outer sea, the woman in white introduced with a smile. Sacred artifact. In an instant, the entire auction house was in an uproar. Qin Feiyang was also shocked. He turned to look at Wang Yu and said, "Even a sacred artifact, isn't this too much?" "Don't be surprised." Wang Yu rolled her eyes at him. Qin Feiyang's face twitched. He was actually despised by this woman. Looking at Qin Feiyang's expression, young Master Hao shook his head with a smile and said, "Brother Mu, this time, sister really isn't targeting you." "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Although saint artifacts are precious, the Divine City's exchange pavilion will auction off 1 or 2 every few years. Therefore, to people like us from the Divine City, auctioning sacred artifacts is no longer a rare thing. Young Master Hao said with a smile. "I see." Qin Feiyang nodded. But even so, it was still shocking enough. After all, this was a saint weapon that was comparable to a 9-star battle saint. Its value could not be measured by gold coins. As if he had seen through Qin Feiyang's thoughts, young Master Hao smiled faintly and said, "Sacred artifacts naturally cannot be measured by gold coins. Furthermore, the transaction pavilion does not expect to make money from these sacred artifacts. They do not care about this little bit of money either. It is purely a means of doing business." Qin Feiyang nodded. Indeed. With the wealth of the transaction pavilion, it did not matter even if they gave away a few sacred artifacts for free. Wang Yu suddenly said, "This Sage King, we have to get it. With it, it will indeed be much more convenient for us to enter Qinghai. But the key is who will pay for it." Young Master Hao looked at Wang Yu and Qin Feiyang. "Why are you looking at me?" Wang Yu raised her eyebrows. Young Master Hao shrugged and said, "I have no money. Of course, I have to look at you." The son of the chief tower master had no money? If this was spread out, he would definitely be laughed at, but it was the truth. Because usually, except for pocket money, he basically did not carry any money with him. And his pocket money was obviously not enough to bid for this Sage King. "I don't have it either. Even if you do, I won't pay for it," Wang Yu said indifferently. But young Master Hao was very dissatisfied. They had come out to train together. What was there to share? "Because of my ability. Without me, even if you get the Sage King, you can't revive it. A sacred artifact that can't be revived has no value at all," Wang Yu said indifferently. Young Master Hao was stunned, and then he couldn't help but feel a headache. Then he looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a sneaky smile, "Brother, it seems that we have to rely on you." As an alchemist, Qin Feiyang could refine a peerless pill like the Jianghu Yellow Dragon pill. He would not believe that he did not have money. But Wang Yu did not know that the Jianghu Yellow Dragon pill was refined by Qin Feiyang. Hearing young Master Hao's words, she immediately rolled her eyes and said, "How can he afford a sacred artifact? What do I look like? Let me tell you, don't look down on people." Qin Feiyang's face darkened. Wang Yu said disdainfully, "Then prove it to me." But I have a condition. If I buy the Sage King in the end, not only do you have to listen to my every word during the journey, but you also have to be my maid for 2 years and follow me whenever I call," Qin Feiyang said. "You're quite ambitious. You actually want me to be your maid? Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue?" Wang Yu gnashed her teeth. "You don't dare? It turns out that you're just a sizzle." Qin Feiyang sneered. "Who says I don't dare? I'll bet with you. I want to see how capable you are." Wang Yu snorted coldly, looked at the auction house, and said no more. Young Master Hao glanced at Wang Yu and secretly gave Qin Feiyang a thumbs up. He chuckled and said, "Brother, good move." He did not doubt Qin Feiyang's ability at all. And as long as Qin Feiyang won, not only would they regain the right to speak, but they would also be able to subdue this demoness. Then, the journey would naturally be much more peaceful. It could be said that it was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and asked, I heard the woman mention the outer sea just now. Where is the outer sea? You don't even know that? You're too lame. Young Master Hao glanced at him speechlessly and explained, Qinghai is composed of two parts, the outer sea and the inner sea. Relatively speaking, the outer sea is safer, and the inner sea is basically filled with saint beasts. Qin Feiyang nodded. At this time, the woman in white standing on the high platform finally finished her introduction and then said, the starting price is 10 million, and each bid must be no less than 1 million. There is no upper limit. Let's start now. 11 million, 12 million, 13 million, 30 million, 50 million, 90 million, 100 million. The auction house immediately burst into shouts. In less than 100 breaths, the price broke through the 100 million mark. Everyone's face turned red. Chapter 986. Seeing this, young Master Hao didn't say anything. But when Wang Yuer saw that Qin Feiyang didn't bid for a long time, she couldn't help but mock. What are you doing? Don't tell me that this price scared you. No hurry. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Of course I'm not in a hurry. Anyway, I'm not the one who wants to bid. I just want to tell someone that if you don't have the ability, don't try to be brave. Wang Yuer slowly cleaned the tea set while chuckling, full of sarcasm. Trying to be brave? Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly and said, Am I the kind of person who likes to be brave? I'm just afraid that once I open my mouth, they won't be able to play anymore. Arrogant. Wang Yuer rolled her eyes. Qin Feiyang frowned. It seemed that he had to shut this woman up. Otherwise, she would keep nagging and annoying. 1 billion. He said without hesitation. Wang Yuer was stunned and looked quite surprised. Because the current bidding price of the Saint King ship was only about 300 million. In other words, Qin Feiyang had added nearly 700 million. 700 million. For her, it was nothing. But for the people of Qinghai City, most of them could only look at the dust. At the same time, the people in the auction house and other VIP rooms also looked at the VIP room where Qin Feiyang was. Who is this, increasing the price by so much at once? Isn't this deliberately making trouble? Everyone murmured. There was shock. There was dissatisfaction. There were also many people who fell silent. Because this number had exceeded their bottom line. 1 billion. Suddenly, an exceptionally loud voice sounded, coming from the VIP room next to Qin Feiyang's with insufferably arrogant tone. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Wang Yuer revealed a gloating smile and said, As the son of Qinghai City's city lord, in terms of wealth, I'm afraid no one here can compare with him. I think you should give up. That's right. The owner of this voice was young Master Long. Are you kidding? Qin Feiyang's eyes were filled with disdain. If it was young Master Hao, he might still consider it. However, this young Master Long was simply a profligate from head to toe. Such a person, no matter how high their status or background, would not be able to enter his eyes. Hearing young Master Dragon's voice, the rest of the people also came to their senses and thought of Qin Feiyang. Looks like they're going to have another fight here. Yeah, we'd better be tactful and not fight with them. We can't win anyway. But speaking of which, where exactly did those 3 people come from? Why did they cause such a commotion the moment they arrived in Qinghai City? People were confused. No one raised the price again. Because they understood that this was a shapeless battlefield, and the slightest carelessness would bring disaster upon themselves. On the high platform, that white-clothed woman also cast a meaningful glance at Qin Feiyang and young Master Long's VIP room. She smiled and asked, 1 billion, is there anyone else who wants to raise the price? Wang Yuer teased, Hey, say something. Otherwise, others will think that you're scared by him. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said, Don't use such a childish method to provoke me, okay? I'm happy to. Wang Yuer looked at him proudly. Sighed. Qin Feiyang let out a deep sigh. When this woman is unreasonable, it's really troublesome. He looked at the auction house and said indifferently, 2 billion. Oh my God. He actually increased the price by 900 million. How rich is he? Everyone was dumbfounded. The smile on Wang Yuer's face also froze. Could it be that this bastard was really rich? She couldn't help but suspect. 2. 1 billion. Next door. Young Master Long's voice also sounded. It was very calm. It was as if this 2 billion was just a drop in the ocean in his eyes. Qin Feiyang took a sip of tea and said indifferently, 10 billion. His tone was even calmer than young Master Long's. But Wang Yue was not calm. 10 billion gold coins, if it were her parents, might not be much. After all, the two of them were one of the highest authorities in the Forgotten Continent. But in front of her, it was an astronomical figure. Young Master Hao was also dumbfounded. This guy was too scary. He opened his mouth and said billions, tens of billions. How much wealth did he have to dare to bid so unscrupulously? Those people outside also couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Everyone's face was full of shock. Young Master Long, who was next door, suddenly stood up when Qin Feiyang said this price. His face was full of disbelief. 10 billion. This was too crazy. After a while, he came back to his senses and said gloomily, although you and I are both bidders and have no right to ask about your financial resources, now I have to wonder if you have so many gold coins? You don't need to worry about that. Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile. Young Master Long gritted his teeth and said, that's the best, 1 billion. Qin Feiyang laughed and said, aren't you the son of the city lord? Do you still care about this little money? 20 billion. The whole auction house suddenly fell into a dead silence. Wang Yue said angrily, directly increasing the price by 10 billion, are you crazy? According to the current situation, the Saint King ship obviously couldn't afford so much. Qin Feiyang said, this is my business, don't interrupt. This is his money, what does it have to do with me? Why should I feel bad? Wang Yue was stunned and coldly snorted, fine, I was kind enough to do bad things, do as you like. At the same time, young Master Long stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in a daze. 10 billion was already beyond his ability, but he didn't expect that the other party would increase the price by 10 billion without saying anything. More importantly, when the other party increased the price, he didn't hesitate at all, as if 20 billion was not worth mentioning in his eyes. He was about to explode. Originally, he wanted to use this opportunity to suppress Qin Feiyang's prestige and regain some face, but it was the opposite. If this continued, the person who would be embarrassed in the end would be him. Once or twice, everyone would just laugh, and after a while, they would forget about it. But if there was a third or fourth time, then he would never be able to raise his head again in Qinghai City. Yes. I can't lose to him again. His eyes turned cold as he looked at the woman in white on the high platform and shouted, he must be bidding randomly, take him down immediately and interrogate him. The woman in white looked at young Master Long's VIP room and then looked at Qin Feiyang's VIP room with a hesitant expression. Obviously, she also suspected that Qin Feiyang might be deliberately causing trouble. But in the end, she didn't ask anything and smiled at young Master Long's VIP room. Although my Qinghai City's trading pavilion is not as good as other places' trading pavilions, I believe that no one would dare to cause trouble here. Young Master Long's face sank. No matter what, I don't believe that he really has 20 billion gold coins. In terms of family background, I might not be able to compare to you, but in terms of wealth, it's not that I look down on you, but even if you go bankrupt, you might not even have a tenth of me. Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile, his contempt undisguised. Aren't these words a bit arrogant? Chapter 987. Arrogant. Too arrogant. Young Master Long was so angry that his eyes turned red and his body trembled. He didn't have much wealth, but he had the City Lord's mansion behind him. The City Lord's mansion controlled the entire Qinghai City. Although they weren't as rich as a country, at least in this place, other than the trading pavilion, no one dared to say that they were as rich as the City Lord's mansion. Even if the other party was the direct disciple of the Chief Tower Master, it was impossible for him to have such wealth. 1 billion. Young Master Long bid. This was no longer a personal problem, but a matter of the City Lord's mansion's reputation and face. 30 billion. The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth lifted, and he casually added another 10 billion. Bastard. Young Master Long couldn't hold it in anymore. He felt that it was too exaggerated and extravagant to raise the price by 100 million, but the other party actually raised the price by 10 billion repeatedly. This was a blatant humiliation to him. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "If you're not happy, you can also raise the price by 10 billion. Are you trying to provoke me? All right, I'll fulfill your wish. I'd like to see how capable you are." 40 billion. Young Master Long's gloomy voice sounded. Amazing. But let's see how you're going to deal with this next move. Not much, 100 billion. Qin Feiyang chuckled. What? Wang Yu and Young Master Hao suddenly stood up and stared at Qin Feiyang in shock. Their eyeballs were about to fall out. The people outside the auction house were also dumbfounded and couldn't come back to their senses for a long time. Even the white-clothed woman on the high platform was in disbelief. 100 billion wasn't much? Although sacred artifacts were priceless, the trading pavilion had never thought of making money when they were auctioned. They purely wanted to gain popularity, so the highest price in the history of the trading pavilion was only about 50 billion. But now, it was actually twice as much as before. What was the background of this young man to be so generous? She still didn't know Qin Feiyang's identity, so she was very puzzled. Young Master Long, on the other hand, went completely crazy. He directly increased the price to 100 billion, which was clearly to embarrass him. How is it? Is it okay? If you can't, then don't force yourself. Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile. Young Master Long didn't reply. To be honest, 100 billion had already far exceeded his expectations. If this continued, his father would not let him off easily. However, if he gave up just like that, who knew how many people would laugh at him behind his back in the future? 100 billion, is there anyone else? Asked the woman in white. She looked at Mr. Long's VIP room with anticipation. She understood young Master Long's personality. Calling him a silk pants was too flattering. He was simply an arrogant idiot. Perhaps he would really fight this person to the end. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, "I believe that not many people in Qinghai City can afford this price. Just announce the results." Crazy. But he does have the right to be arrogant. People murmured. On the one hand, they were a little unhappy when they heard Qin Feiyang's words. Because Qin Feiyang was talking about Qinghai City. In other words, this included them as well. But on the other hand, they were powerless to refute, because the other party did have the qualifications to look down on them. Then there was young Master Long. He stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, his hands clenched tightly together, his eyes spewing thick flames of anger. He was feeling that his self-esteem was being ruthlessly trampled on. His face was about to distort. 101 billion. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth and roared. Obviously, he had reached his limit and didn't dare to continue. In other words, this was the last time he would raise the price. In fact, he was just gambling. If Qin Feiyang didn't raise the price, then he would win and regain some face. But if Qin Feiyang continued to raise the price, then he would lose completely. Continue? Young Master Hao frowned, looked at Qin Feiyang and said in a low voice, "Brother, although the Saint King ship is a sacred artifact, we don't have to have it. Why don't we just forget about it? If we just let it go like this, I'm afraid some people will laugh at me for the rest of my life." Qin Feiyang said, glancing at Wang Yu as he spoke. Wang Yu raised her eyebrows and said, "Can you stop being so sarcastic? I'm just stating a fact." Qin Feiyang said indifferently, "Enemies. You'd better get married quickly, lest you fight all day long." Young Master Hao said helplessly, "Get lost." Qin Feiyang and Wang Yu shouted at young Master Hao almost at the same time, their eyes full of hostility. "I'm being nosy, you guys continue." Young Master Hao pursed his lips. He could tell that when the two of them were quarreling, bystanders must not interfere. Otherwise, they would definitely attract trouble. Not going to raise the price? Looks like I won. Seeing Qin Feiyang not speaking for a long time, young Master Long muttered to himself. He finally won back a loss. 110 billion. However, before he could let out a sigh of relief, Qin Feiyang's voice sounded again, echoing throughout the auction house for a long time. "Bastard! Young Master Long immediately went crazy and smashed the floor-to-ceiling window in front of him with a punch. The people in the auction house couldn't help but look at him sympathetically. But the more it was like this, the more the anger in his heart burned, and the more hatred he had for Qin Feiyang, the more intense it became. However, he seemed to be a little afraid of the white-clothed woman on the high platform, so he didn't make a move here. "You're good, we'll see." After saying those words, he turned around and strode out of the VIP room. "Congratulations to little brother for winning the Saint King ship. Men, send it to little brother." The white-clothed woman immediately announced the result. So, the red-clothed woman who had received Qin Feiyang and the other two quickly walked up to the high platform, took the Saint King ship from the white-clothed woman, and returned the way she came. Next, let's auction the second item. This is a 10,000-year-old dragon flame grass. The starting price is 3,000 gold coins, and each increment must be no less than 100 gold coins. The white-clothed woman took out a crimson medicinal herb and introduced it briefly before continuing the auction. Dragon flame grass. Qin Feiyang glanced at the medicinal herb with a surprised expression. The dragon flame grass was considered a rare medicinal herb, and it was also needed to refine the 9-transformation dragon blood pill. Just as he was about to bid, there was a knock on the door. "Come in," Qin Feiyang said. The door opened, and the red-clothed woman walked in with the Saint King ship. Qin Feiyang glanced at the Saint King ship casually, then pointed to Wang Yuer and said with a smile, "Just give it to her." The red-clothed woman was stunned. She had spent more than 100 billion, and she was giving it to someone else just like that? The world of the rich is so hard to understand. The red-clothed woman muttered to herself and respectfully handed the Saint King ship to Wang Yuer. Wang Yuer was stunned. A saint artifact was definitely a supreme treasure for those below the combat emperor realm. She was just saying it, but she didn't expect Qin Feiyang to really give it to her. She glanced at Qin Feiyang and frowned. "Aren't you afraid that I'll take it for myself? It's just a saint artifact. It doesn't matter. Of course, if you really feel bad about it, you can go and persuade your parents and grandfather to cancel our engagement when you go back." Qin Feiyang smiled. Wang Yuer's expression froze, and she said angrily, "Bastard, am I so annoying?" She should have been happy to hear that, because she didn't want to marry Qin Feiyang. But now, she didn't know why, but she felt a little uncomfortable. Qin Feiyang said, "It's not that I'm annoying. It's just that our personalities don't match." Seeing Qin Feiyang's indifferent expression, the anger in Wang Yuer's heart rose. "Don't worry, I don't fancy a stinky man like you. Once we return to the deity's lake, I'll immediately persuade them." Divine City. The red-clothed woman's eyes trembled. These three people were actually from Divine City. No wonder even Shen Feiyun didn't dare to offend them. However, the relationship between these two seemed a little complicated. But as a smart person, she knew what to care and what not to care. She looked at Qin Feiyang and asked with a smile, "Young master, do you want to pay now or later?" "Now, take me to a quiet place." Qin Feiyang stood up and said, because his gold coins were basically with Fatso, and Fatso was far away in Divine City, so he had to avoid young Master Hao and Wang Yuer and ask Fatso to send the money over. "All right, follow me." The red-clothed woman nodded and turned around to lead Qin Feiyang out of the VIP room. Then they walked down the corridor. Not long later, the two of them stopped in front of a door. The red-clothed woman pushed open the door. Inside was a lounge with simple decorations. A coffee table, a desk, a bookshelf and 4 chairs. "Young master, please." The red-clothed woman retreated to the side. Qin Feiyang walked in and looked around. Then he turned to the red-clothed woman and said with a smile, "Wait for me outside." The red-clothed woman was stunned. What was this person doing? It was so mysterious. However, in the face of a guest's request, especially now that she knew that Qin Feiyang was from Divine City, she didn't dare to refuse. "All right then. I'll go make a pot of tea for you." The red-clothed woman smiled. "All right." Qin Feiyang nodded. After the red-clothed woman turned and left, Qin Feiyang immediately closed the door and took out the image crystal. So, Fatso's shadow appeared. Qin Feiyang said, Immediately send me 110 billion gold coins. So much? Fatso was stunned and couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him and urged, I don't have time to talk nonsense with you, hurry up. Fatso said, then you have to tell me where you are now, right? I'm in Qinghai City. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he gave the coordinates to Fatso. In less than 3 breaths, Fatso appeared in the lounge out of thin air and said, What are you doing here? What else can I do? Of course I'm going to Qinghai City. Qin Feiyang said helplessly. Fatso frowned. Then what did you do with the 110 billion? Qin Feiyang explained it in a few words. Are you kidding me? A sacred artifact was given to Wang Yu, for nothing? Are you a prodigal? Fatso immediately said angrily. But complaining was complaining, he still had to give the gold coins. After all, this wealth was earned by Qin Feiyang, and he was at most a butler. After sorting out the 110 billion gold coins, he put them in an empty Jianghu bag and threw them to Qin Feiyang. Then he asked, Do you want me to go and help? Qinghai City was dangerous and unpredictable. He was a little worried that Qin Feiyang would go alone. Qin Feiyang thought for a moment, then shook his head. I don't need it now, but I might need it in the future. In short, wait for my news at any time. All right. Fatso nodded. Don't. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Young master, are you done? The red-clothed woman's voice also sounded. Qin Feiyang looked at Fatso and said, Let's go. Be careful, Fatty reminded in a low voice. Then he opened the teleportation gate and walked in. When the portal dissipated, Qin Feiyang sat in front of the tea table, looked at the door and said, Come in. The red-clothed woman pushed the door and entered, carrying an exquisite tray with a teapot on it. The fragrance of tea assailed the nose. Qin Feiyang put the Jianghu bag that Fatso gave him on the tea table and said with a smile, The gold coins are all here, you can count them. The red-clothed woman looked at the Jianghu bag and put down the tray. She first poured tea for Qin Feiyang, then grabbed the Jianghu bag to check. Qin Feiyang also picked up the teacup and slowly tasted it. Time passed breath by breath. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's body stiffened. He looked down at the teacup in his hand, his eyes full of surprise. The next second, his arm trembled, and the teacup fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. At the same time, his whole body twitched crazily, his mouth foamed, and his face quickly turned black. Young master, what happened to you? Chapter 988. Not only did Qin Feiyang not answer, but he pushed the woman in red away, then took out a detoxification pill and threw it into his mouth. Obviously, there was poison in the tea. However, after taking the detoxification pill, he didn't get any better. The poison had even spread to his whole body and converged towards his heart. The corners of his mouth began to turn purple, and his consciousness was dissipating. What kind of poison is this, so terrible? Qin Feiyang was surprised. He took a detoxification pill with 5 veins. Even if it was highly toxic, it could also have a mitigating effect. Young master, what's wrong with you? The woman in red was very anxious. Give me the teapot. Qin Feiyang shouted weakly. The woman in red looked at the teapot and then at Qin Feiyang, and a terrible idea suddenly appeared in her mind. She didn't dare to hesitate any longer, and immediately did as she was told, grabbed the teapot and brought it to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang also grabbed the teapot and poured it into his mouth. The woman in red was so scared that her face turned pale. She had already thought that there was poison in the tea. Usually, in such a situation, one would find a way to detoxify the poison as soon as possible, but this person actually continued to swallow the poisonous tea. Wasn't this looking for death? But she didn't know that Qin Feiyang was doing this to find a way to detoxify the poison. Because Qin Feiyang didn't know what kind of poison was in the tea. So he had to figure this out before he could think of something to detoxify the poison. While drinking the poisonous tea, he tried to maintain the last bit of consciousness and tasted the tea carefully. Damn it! But in the end, a trace of despair crept up his face. In this tea, other than the taste of tea, he did not taste any other smell. In other words, this kind of poison was colorless and odorless. Unless he found the person who poisoned him, it was impossible to know what kind of poison it was. Say it. What poison did you put in? All of a sudden, he grabbed the woman in red's neck and roared with red eyes. I didn't. The woman in red shook her head, panicking to the extreme. You're the one who brought the tea. Who else could it be? Qin Feiyang tightened his grip, and the woman in red was about to suffocate. He had a good impression of the woman in red, but he never thought that she would try to harm him behind his back. I really didn't. Please believe me. The woman in red shook her head vigorously. Her eyes were filled with tears as she felt wronged. It's really not her? Then who is it? Qin Feiyang frowned. However, the poison had attacked his heart and was crazily eroding his mind, making it impossible for him to seriously consider this problem. It's me. But at this moment, a cold laugh rang out. Young Master Long pushed the door open and entered. He had a cruel smile on his face as he said, How is it? The bloodthirsty scorpion's venom isn't bad, right? Bloodthirsty scorpion? Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. Xiao Chun was not unfamiliar with this venom. Back at the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, Guofeng had wanted to use this venom to harm him. The detoxification pill had not been able to remove it. Once consumed, one would lose their life. This person was truly vicious. However, he also had to thank young Master Long. Because if young Master Long had not said it, he would never have thought that this was the venom of the bloodthirsty scorpion. Although the venom of the bloodthirsty scorpion was terrifying, it was not fatal to him. Because he just so happened to have the antidote. This antidote was the venom of the blood soul spider. Last time when he dealt with Guofeng, he still had a lot left. Now, he was putting it in his Jianghu bag. In the blink of an eye. After knowing that it was the venom of the bloodthirsty scorpion, he immediately searched for it in his Jianghu bag. Young Master Long looked at him curiously, not worried at all. Because he didn't believe that Qin Feiyang would have the antidote. 3 breaths passed. Qin Feiyang's last remaining trace of consciousness was about to dissipate. He had even sensed the aura of death. Finally, he found the jade bottle that contained the blood soul spider's poison, pulled out the cork without hesitation, and poured it into his mouth. The 2 poisons collided crazily in his body. Intense pain engulfed his entire body, making him wish he was dead. What's going on? The screams alarmed the people outside the auction house. People were bewildered. What's going on? Brother, why did you suddenly scream? Young Master Hao and Wang Yu also heard it. They looked at each other, immediately got up, and rushed to the lounge where Qin Feiyang was at lightning speed. At the same time, in the lounge, young Master Long looked at Qin Feiyang's painful appearance at the moment, and then looked at the jade bottle in Qin Feiyang's hand. A trace of surprise crawled up in his eyes. Could it really be the venom of the blood soul spider? Impossible. He didn't know that I would poison him, let alone that I used the venom of the bloodthirsty scorpion. How could he have prepared the antidote in advance? I must be thinking too much. But in order to avoid any more trouble, it's better to kill him quickly. Young Master Long muttered, killing intent flashing in his eyes, and then he slapped towards Qin Feiyang's head. The poison had not been removed, so how could Qin Feiyang fight back now? He didn't even have the slightest strength to resist. Seeing that young Master Long's palm was about to land, the woman in red suddenly stood in front of him, quickly raised her hand, and slapped it. Qin Feiyang shouted. The woman in red was only a battle monarch, and young Master Long was a battle emperor. How could she be a match for young Master Long? She was simply courting death by doing so. And now, although he didn't have the strength to resist, it was still easy to deal with young Master Long. But it was too late. Boom. The 2 of them slapped together, and a terrifying wave of destructive air instantly spread out. The chair, tea table, study table, bookshelf, and the books on the side were all shattered in an instant. The woman in red spat out a mouthful of blood, and her arm was shattered on the spot. Her entire body was instantly sent flying, crashing into the wall behind her. With a loud bang, a large hole was made in the wall. Young Master, this really has nothing to do with me. The woman in red fell on the corridor, looked up at Qin Feiyang and said with difficulty, and then fell to the ground. Blood kept flowing out of the corner of her mouth, and it was unknown whether she was dead or alive. What's the point of this? Qin Feiyang sighed inwardly. As soon as young Master Long appeared, he already knew that the poisoning had nothing to do with this woman in red. Meddlesome bitch, I'll deal with you later. Young Master Long was furious. He glared at the woman in red and continued to attack Qin Feiyang. At this time, young Master Hao and Wang Yu had already rushed over, but they were still a short distance away from the lounge. Seeing Qin Feiyang's appearance, the two people's complexion changed greatly. They shouted in unison, "Stop!" At the same time, they released their holy aura and pounced towards young Master Long. But young Master Long turned a deaf ear to them, and the killing intent in his eyes was even stronger than before. You want to kill me? Do you have the ability? Qin Feiyang's eyes were also emitting a bone-piercing killing intent. This person had harmed him time and time again, and had already touched his bottom line. With a thought, the Spirit Snake Emperor appeared. Qin Feiyang shouted, "Cripple him!" The Spirit Snake Emperor immediately looked at young Master Long. Its long and narrow snake eyes were emitting a terrifying cold light. When the Spirit Snake Emperor appeared, young Master Long also felt a strong sense of danger. Without hesitation, he turned around and began to flee. But it was too late. After all, he only had the cultivation of a war emperor. The Spirit Snake Emperor suddenly pierced through the air, like a sharp arrow, and instantly pierced through young Master Long's lower abdomen. Blood immediately spurted out. Young Master Long fell to the ground, clutching his lower abdomen and howling in pain. His face was distorted from the pain. "Brother, are you all right?" Young Master Hao finally ran over and squatted beside Qin Feiyang, asking with concern. "It's just the venom of the bloodthirsty scorpion. I'm fine." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and stood up with the help of young Master Hao. "What?" But when he heard the venom of the bloodthirsty scorpion, young Master Hao trembled and his face turned pale. Last time at the Dragon Phoenix house, he had personally experienced it. That feeling could only be described as worse than death. As for Wang Yu, her soul almost left her body. She glanced at the lady in red and young Master Hao and said in a deep voice, "Who poisoned him?" Qin Feiyang looked at young Master Long and sneered, "Who else could it be?" "You're courting death." Wang Yu's eyes were filled with murderous intent. She stepped forward and stomped on young Master Long's head. "Don't!" Qin Feiyang hurriedly shouted. But it was too late. Wang Yu's foot landed, and with a crack, young Master Long's head exploded like a watermelon. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, and he died on the spot. Seeing this scene, Qin Feiyang and young Master Hao swallowed their saliva. "This woman is too cruel. She is indeed not to be trifled with." Wang Yu snorted and said, "This kind of scum should have been killed at the city gate." Young Master Hao frowned and said, "You're right, but what if Shen Feiyun causes trouble?" "So be it. Do you think we're afraid of him? Besides, it was his son who was courting death. He can only blame himself for not teaching his son well." Wang Yu said domineeringly. Young Master Hao looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and said, "It doesn't matter if you kill him. Anyway, the red-clothed woman will testify for me. Go and see how she is doing." Young Master Hao nodded and walked to the red-clothed woman's side. He reached out and touched her pulse. He turned to Qin Feiyang and said in a deep voice, "Not good." Qin Feiyang's eyes darkened and asked, "Is she dead?" "Not dead, but her heart is shattered. She's not far from death." Young Master Hao said, "Damn beast." Qin Feiyang was furious. He hurriedly took out a heart-protecting pill and a healing pill, both of which had 5 pill patterns, and said, "Quickly feed her." If this woman really died, he would feel guilty. First, he misunderstood this woman. Second, this woman was in danger because she wanted to save her. Young Master Hao grabbed the pill and stuffed it into the red-clothed woman's mouth. "What's going on?" At this moment, a middle-aged man ran over anxiously. It was the person who instigated young Master Long before. He ran into the lounge and saw the scene in front of him. His expression suddenly changed. Young Master Hao raised his eyebrows and asked, "Who are you?" "I am the pavilion master of the Qinghai City Trading Pavilion." The middle-aged man replied and then said, "What happened before? Why did young Master Long die here?" Young Master Hao suddenly said, "So you are Fu Xiong." The middle-aged man was stunned. He sized up Qin Feiyang and the other two. His body suddenly trembled as he said in shock, "You are," Young Master Hao said in a deep voice, "It doesn't matter who we are. What's important is, how do you plan to deal with this matter? What is it?" Fu Xiong looked confused. Young Master Hao said, "This young Master Long poisoned my brother's tea, and it was the venom of the blood-killing scorpion." What? Fu Xiong's face turned pale. Young Master Hao said, "Don't say that this has nothing to do with your trading pavilion." "What do you mean?" Fu Xiong was confused. Qin Feiyang and Wang Yu also looked at young Master Hao suspiciously. Wasn't young Master Long the one who poisoned the tea? How could it have anything to do with the trading pavilion? Young Master Hao looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Was this pot of tea personally brewed by the staff of the trading pavilion and delivered here?" "I don't know if she brewed it personally, but I can be sure that she delivered it personally." "But she should have brewed it personally," Qin Feiyang said. "Isn't that right? She brewed it personally and delivered it personally. How could young Master Long have the chance to poison it?" "So, I guess that either this woman was bribed by young Master Long, or someone else colluded with young Master Long and did something to the tea," Young Master Hao said. Qin Feiyang thought for a while and nodded. "That seems to make sense." Fu Xiong panicked and hurriedly waved his hand. "No, no, no, the staff of the trading pavilion would never do such a thing. There must be other reasons." Young Master Hao glanced at the woman in red and said, "Well, let's wait for her to wake up." Fu Xiong nodded, then turned to look at the guards not far away and said, "Go and inform Shen Feiyun to come and lie down." A guard responded respectfully and hurriedly turned around and ran away. Fu Xiong secretly wiped the cold sweat, then looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two and said with a flattering smile, "Young Master, young Miss, why don't we go to the room next door and sit for a while?" Young Master Hao said, "No need, just get someone to bring us a few chairs." Fu Xiong hurriedly responded, then looked at the staff and said angrily, "What are you waiting for? Go quickly. In addition, tell the people in the auction house that today's auction is over. Don't gather here and do what you need to do." At that moment, Chapter 989. Stop the auction? What the hell is going on? Outside the auction house. When the staff went out and said that today's auction was over, it immediately caused a huge commotion. Everyone was discussing, but the staff did not give any explanation. After everyone left, the guards of the trading pavilion immediately sealed off all the entrances of the auction house, not allowing anyone to set foot in. At the same time, the staff of the trading pavilion quickly brought over 4 chairs. Young Master Hao helped Qin Feiyang over and sat on a chair in the middle. Then he sat beside Qin Feiyang. The Phantom Snake Emperor also turned into an exquisite bracelet and coiled around Qin Feiyang's wrist. Wang Yu sat on the other side of Qin Feiyang. Fu Xiong looked at the empty chair and did not dare to sit down. He stood at the side with a look of fear. For a moment, the 4 of them did not speak, and the lounge fell into dead silence. About 100 breaths passed. A middle-aged man reeking of alcohol hurriedly ran into the lounge. It was Shen Feiyun. When he saw young Master Long lying in a pool of blood, his body could not help but tremble, and his hands could not help but clench tightly. Shua! Suddenly, he raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two, a cold light surging in his eyes, and said, "Who killed him?" Wang Yu said indifferently, without the slightest fear, looking straight at Shen Feiyun. Boom! As soon as Wang Yu finished speaking, a terrifying killing intent roared out from Shen Feiyun's body. Young Master Hao raised his eyebrows and said, "Shen Feiyun, before you act, think carefully. Don't use the people behind you to pressure me, you have to pay with your life for killing." Shen Feiyun shouted coldly. That terrifying killing intent turned into a stormy wave, pouncing towards Wang Yu. Seeing this, Fu Xiong, who was at the side, glanced at Qin Feiyang and the other two, then looked at Shen Feiyun, and a cold smile flashed in the depths of his eyes. Humph! Wang Yuer snorted coldly. The 9-star battle saint's holy aura surged out and collided with Shen Feiyun's killing intent. A destructive wave of air suddenly appeared. Immediately, Wang Yuer spat out a mouthful of blood and her face turned pale. Qin Feiyang and young Master Hao, who were standing next to him, also bore the brunt of the blast. They were blown away by the blast and crashed into the wall behind them like meteorites. Boom! With 2 loud bangs, 2 large holes appeared in the wall. The 2 of them fell directly into the auction hall outside. Their bodies cracked and blood spurted out like a fountain. One had to know. Wang Yuer was a 9-star battle saint. And Shen Feiyun was clearly stronger than Wang Yuer. Therefore, how could Qin Feiyang and Yi Shiwen withstand the fluctuations of battle that were born from their confrontation? This strike was fatal. But in comparison, young Master Hao was slightly better. After all, he wasn't injured before. As for Qin Feiyang, the poison in his body had yet to be completely removed. If he were to suffer this fatal blow, it would undoubtedly be one disaster after another. At this moment, he lay on the shattered ground, not even having the strength to stand up. His consciousness was also fading away. In the meantime, seeing the situation of Qin Feiyang and young Master Hao, Wang Yuer's expression changed slightly. She quickly got up and landed beside them. Then she took out the healing elixir and stuffed it into their mouths. The elixir melted in their mouths and repaired their bodies. Their condition improved slightly. But at this moment, Shen Feiyun chased after them, full of murderous intent. Wang Yuer's face darkened and she shouted, "If you continue to be unreasonable, don't blame me for being rude. You killed my son and said that I'm being unreasonable. Do you really think that you can do whatever you want here just because you're Wang Su's granddaughter?" Shen Feiyun's eyes were like lightning and his expression was extremely cold. He was like a god of death, making people tremble in fear. Young Master Hao's expression changed and he said to himself, "Oh no, he has been blinded by anger. Quickly send a message to my father for help. It's useless. Before we set off, Gong Sun Bei told me that when we leave Divine City, no matter what danger we encounter, he won't give us any help. So now we can only rely on ourselves." Qin Feiyang struggled to get up and said in a low voice. "What?" Young Master Hao was stunned. "Isn't this old man too heartless?" Qin Feiyang glanced at young Master Hao and sent a sound transmission to Wang Yuer. "How strong is he?" "I'm not sure, but he's definitely a war king." Wang Yuer replied, her tone extremely solemn. "That's not good." Qin Feiyang muttered. If not for young Master Hao and Wang Yuer, it would have been fine. He could have entered the castle, and even if Shen Feiyun was heaven-defying, he wouldn't be able to do anything to him. But now, he could only stay outside and take the risk with the 2 of them. Suddenly, his brows raised slightly as he raised his head to look at Fu Xiong, who was standing in the lounge above. This person knew their identities, and even knew the whole story of young Master Long's poisoning, but why didn't he help? And Fu Xiong, who had been watching Wang Yuer and Shen Feiyun, suddenly realized that Qin Feiyang was looking at him. A trace of panic flashed past his eyes. He pretended to have just reacted and shouted, "Shen Feiyun, what are you doing?" Following that, he took a step forward and stood in front of Shen Feiyun, protecting Qin Feiyang and the other 2 behind him. Something's wrong. Qin Feiyang looked at Fu Xiong's back as his eyes flickered. He kept having the feeling that Fu Xiong's current actions were too deliberate. Shen Feiyun stopped in his tracks and sneered, "What am I doing? Of course it's to avenge my son." Fu Xiong said, "You don't have the right to mention the word revenge, because this matter is your son's fault to begin with." "My son's fault?" Shen Feiyun raised his eyebrows. "That's right. Your son poisoned the tea and almost poisoned Brother Mu. That's why Miss Yuger killed him in a fit of anger." Fu Xiong said, "Impossible. I've already told my son their true identities. He definitely won't harm them again." Shen Feiyun shook his head. "Do you think that your son will stop just like that? Go outside and ask. Who doesn't know that he's a narrow-minded person who will seek revenge for the smallest grievance?" Fu Xiong sneered. Shen Feiyun frowned. You don't even know what kind of person your son is. Aren't you too incompetent as a father? Fu Xiong said with undisguised sarcasm. Shen Feiyun clenched his fists and said in a deep voice, "Where's the evidence?" When the incident happened, a staff member of my trading pavilion happened to be present. When she wakes up, she will naturally tell you the truth. I'll go and check on her now. After Fu Xiong finished speaking, he flew into the lounge again and squatted beside the woman in red. He lowered his head and checked on the woman in red. But suddenly, he glanced at Qin Feiyang and the other two below from the corner of his eyes. A cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Immediately, a wisp of undetectable battle qi emerged from his fingertip and entered the heart of the woman in red like lightning. The unconscious red-clothed woman didn't even have the chance to scream before she died on the spot. And all of this was not seen by Qin Feiyang and the others. Because the lounge was on the second floor and the auction house was on the first floor, the sight of Qin Feiyang and the others would be affected. Moreover, when Fu Xiong made his move, he deliberately used his body to block the sight of Qin Feiyang and the others. Therefore, they didn't know that the woman in red had been killed. After killing the woman in red, the coldness in Fu Xiong's eyes became stronger, but he teleported to cover it up. His face suddenly changed and he exclaimed, "How could this be?" What? Qin Feiyang and the other two were surprised. Fu Xiong turned to look at the three of them and murmured, "She's dead." "Impossible." Young Master Hao shook his head decisively. The woman in red's injuries were indeed very serious, but she had taken the heart-protecting pill and healing pill in time. Even if it couldn't heal the woman in red's injuries, at least it wouldn't be a problem to save her life. But how could she be dead? Wasn't there no evidence now? At the same time, Qin Feiyang looked at Fu Xiong, then looked at Shen Feiyun, and decisively opened a teleportation door. Then he grabbed Wang Yu with one hand and young Master Hao with the other, dragging the two of them, and rushed in without looking back. "Stop!" When Shen Feiyun found out, he was furious. He suddenly raised his arm and slapped the air. A wave of battle qi emerged and rushed towards the teleportation door. With a bang, the teleportation door shattered on the spot, but Qin Feiyang and the other two had already disappeared. "Bastard, I won't forgive you." Shen Feiyun was mad with hatred. Fu Xiong's eyes flashed slightly and he sighed, "Shen Feiyun, this matter is indeed your son's fault, you can't blame them. There are no witnesses, you can say whatever you want. Now I suspect that you are in cahoots with them." Shen Feiyun looked at Fu Xiong with an aggressive gaze. Fu Xiong's face turned cold. He pointed to an exit of the trading pavilion and shouted, "Simply unreasonable, get out of the trading pavilion immediately. Just wait and see. If I find out that this matter has something to do with you, I will never let you off." Shen Feiyun snorted coldly, picked up young Master Long's corpse, turned around, and strode towards the exit. "Let me give you a piece of advice, don't be too arrogant. You know who they are in your heart. If you dare to touch them, you won't have a good ending." Fu Xiong sneered. "Even if the person who killed my son is the Heavenly King, I won't let it go." Shen Feiyun said without turning his head, his body full of killing intent. "Then let's wait and see." Fu Xiong muttered. After Shen Feiyun left the auction house, a bright smile immediately appeared on his face. Qinghai City, outside the city. In the sky above a forest, Qin Feiyang and the other two appeared out of thin air. It was the place where they landed when they came from the Divine City. As soon as they appeared, Qin Feiyang scanned the forest below vigilantly. As for Wang Yu and young Master Hao, they were still in a state of shock. Phew. A moment later, Qin Feiyang let out a long breath and locked his gaze on a mountain peak not far away. The mountain peak was more than 5,000 feet tall and was lush with vegetation. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and swept up young Master Hao and Wang Yu. He landed on the mountain peak and said, "Let's rest here first." The two of them finally came to their senses. Young Master Hao immediately said angrily, "The only witness is dead. Aren't we too unlucky? If I had known, I wouldn't have killed young Master Long on impulse." Wang Yu sighed deeply and regretted it. Qin Feiyang glanced at the two of them and walked to the edge of the cliff. He looked down at the mountains and rivers below and pondered in silence. Young Master Hao looked at him suspiciously and walked forward to ask, "Brother Mu, what are you thinking about?" Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear. Young Master Hao looked at Wang Yu, and Wang Yu shrugged her shoulders in confusion. After a long time, suddenly, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and he said without turning his head, "It's right to kill young Master Long, because even if we leave him alive, he won't admit to poisoning us. He will only bite us back and make our situation even more dangerous." The two of them were stunned. Thinking about it carefully, it made sense. Young Master Hao asked, "Then what should we do now? We haven't gotten the water avoidance pearl yet." "I have the water avoidance pearl, there's no need to think about it," Qin Feiyang said. "What? You have it? Then why didn't you say so earlier?" Wang Yu raised her eyebrows and was very unhappy. If Qin Feiyang had said that he had the water avoidance pearl, they wouldn't have gone to Qinghai City, and none of this would have happened. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and turned to look at Wang Yu. "Did you ask me?" Wang Yu said, "I didn't ask, but you can take the initiative to say it." But Qin Feiyang was also angry. Wang Yu said angrily, "Because we are a team, we have to work together." "Work together? Why does it sound so funny coming from your mouth?" Qin Feiyang sneered. Wang Yu gritted her teeth and roared, "Are you going to quarrel? If so, I'll accompany you to the end." All right, you're still in the mood to bicker at a time like this? Hurry up and think of a way, we can't be the scapegoat forever. Young Master Hao looked at the two of them helplessly. "I have no choice." Wang Yu snorted, turned her head to the side, and said in a strange tone, "Aren't some people very capable? Let him think." Qin Feiyang rubbed his temples and said weakly, "All right, I was wrong. I'll apologize to you, okay? I'm sorry." He had figured out this woman's character. If he didn't take the initiative to compromise, there would be no end to it. Therefore, it was better to be open-minded and apologize to earn some peace. Sure enough, seeing Qin Feiyang's apology, Wang Yu's face eased a lot. Young Master Hao shook his head and smiled bitterly. He looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Brother Mu, you're the smartest one. Do you have any plan?" Qin Feiyang nodded. Young Master Hao was stunned and urged, "Tell me quickly." In fact, he just asked casually. He didn't expect that Qin Feiyang was really confident. Qin Feiyang said, "Let's check Fu Xiong first." "Why are you investigating him?" Qin Feiyang's words surprised young Master Hao greatly. "Yes, he helped us. Otherwise, we would have been killed by Shen Feiyun long ago." Wang Yu also looked confused. "You just look at appearances. And appearances are mostly illusions. I'm sure that Fu Xiong is definitely not that simple. And the woman in red died in such a strange way," Qin Feiyang said in a low voice. Young Master Hao and Wang Yu looked at each other, then at Qin Feiyang and asked, "I'm afraid that the whole city is looking for us now. How do we investigate?" "That's easy." Qin Feiyang smiled confidently and looked at the two of them. "Do you have any unused image crystal?" "I do." Young Master Hao immediately took out a brand new image crystal from his Jianghu bag. Qin Feiyang held it in his hand and looked down at the phantom snake emperor coiled around his wrist. He smiled and said, "Go." The phantom snake emperor immediately rolled up the image crystal and disappeared in front of the three of them. "What is it?" Young Master Hao and Wang Yu didn't notice the phantom snake emperor until now. Their eyes were full of surprise. "It's a phantom snake. It can change its color according to the environment. With it, it'll be easy to investigate Fu Xiong." Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. Then he sat cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes to recuperate. Phantom snake. Damn, even such a fierce beast can be subdued. The two of them were dumbfounded. In fact, this was not a big deal. If they knew that Qin Feiyang had mastered the art of invisibility, their jaws would drop. Of course. Chapter 990. Late at night. On the streets of Azure Sea City, there were very few pedestrians. It seemed very cold and cheerless. The transaction pavilion was also closed for business. On the top floor of the trading pavilion, there was an independent room. There was a bedroom, a dining room, a tea room, and a reception hall. At this moment, Fu Xiong sat alone in the tea room with his head lowered as if deep in thought. On the tea table, the kettle was boiling, gurgling, and the fragrance of tea drifted to every corner. A moment passed. Suddenly, Fu Xiong took out an image crystal and injected a wisp of battle chi into it. Very soon, a phantom appeared out of thin air. It was Fu Anshan. Fu Xiong respectfully said, "Greetings, father." Fu Anshan nodded and asked with a smile, "What's the matter, sending me a message in the middle of the night?" "This is still good news," Fu Xiong said. "Good news?" Fu Anshan was stunned for a moment before his interest was piqued. "Tell me about it." Fu Xiong said, "Ancestor Mu has come to Qinghai City." "What?" Fu Anshan was shocked and asked, "What is he going to Azure Sea City for?" "I don't know. Young Master Hao and Wang Yu are also with them," Fu Xiong said. Fu Anshan was bewildered. Why did these three people suddenly run to Azure Sea City? Fu Xiong frowned and asked, "Father, did you not receive any news at all?" Fu Anshan shook his head. Fu Xiong was extremely shocked. One had to know. His father's status in God City wasn't low either. How could he not know that young Master Hao and the other two had left God City? After regaining his senses, Fu Xiong frowned and said, "In other words, they secretly came to Azure Sea City?" "That should be the case." Fu Anshan fell into deep thought. It was reasonable to say that ancestor admiring was running around. After all, he was a person who liked to wander around. However, young Master Hao and Wang Yu were both priceless people and had never left the Divine City before. Why did they suddenly run out? Fu Anshan said, "Do your best to investigate why they went to Qinghai City." Fu Xiong asked in surprise, "Father, are you suspecting that they have some sort of motive?" "I can't help but be suspicious. Let's not talk about Ancestor Mu and Wang Yu for now. I know young Master Hao too well. If there's nothing important, he won't leave the Divine City. I'm even thinking that their trip to Azure Sea City might have something to do with the Chief Tower Master," Fu Anshan said. Fu Xiong was secretly shocked. If it was really related to the Chief Pagoda Master, then this matter was not simple. "Is this the good news you were talking about?" Fu Anshan asked. "Of course not." Fu Xiong shook his head and smiled. "Just today, Ancestor Mu almost died in our trading pavilion." "Really?" Fu Anshan seemed very excited. Fu Xiong nodded and said regretfully, "Unfortunately, I'm only one step away." "What's going on?" Fu Anshan asked anxiously. Fu Xiong recounted the entire incident in detail. After listening, Fu Anshan flew into a rage and shouted, "Are you courting death? How dare you instigate young Master Long to poison them?" "Oh man, don't worry. Young Master Long is dead. I've also killed that staff member. No one will know." Fu Xiong smiled confidently. "Although you're right, this is too risky. What if the matter is exposed?" Fu Anshan said furiously. "It won't happen. Without a witness, Ancestor Mu and the others won't be able to defend themselves. Shen Feiyun has already determined that young Master Hao and the others killed young Master Long for no reason. And you know the grudge between Shen Feiyun and the Chief Pagoda Master. He doesn't care about the identities of young Master Hao and the other two. Right now, I'm sending people to look for them. If I find them, I'm sure that Shen Feiyun won't be merciful." Fu Xiong laughed. Fu Anshan frowned and warned, "Then you'd better be careful, don't let Shen Feiyun notice anything. Shen Feiyun is no longer the same as before. He's just a useless drunkard now. There's nothing to worry about." Fu Xiong said in disdain. "What a pity for a talent." Fu Anshan sighed deeply and said, "This Ancestor Mu came to the trading pavilion to embarrass me. Even if he died 100 times, it would still be difficult to resolve the hatred in my heart. If you can really make him die in Qinghai City, you can be considered to have done a great service. This is what I should do." Fu Xiong smiled politely, then suddenly thought of something and asked, "Oh right, father, how is the position of Vice Pavilion Master?" "Not good." Mentioning this, Fu Anshan was worried. "What is it?" Fu Xiong frowned. "Didn't I tell you before? I don't know where he found a medicinal pill called Juku Yellow Dragon Pill. He relied on this medicinal pill to bring rich benefits and a lot of popularity to the trading pavilion. Now, the pavilion master has the intention to let him inherit the position of vice pavilion master. Fu Anshan said, his face full of worry. Then who refined this Juku yellow dragon pill? Fu Xiong frowned. I don't know. I've tried all kinds of ways to pry open Li's mouth and even humbled myself to please him, but he just won't say anything. Fu Anshan sighed. His voice was filled with anger. Fu Xiong asked, what about the others, didn't you ask? Even the chief pavilion master asked. That old thing didn't say anything. What a difficult bone to chew. Fu Anshan shook his head, his eyes full of helplessness. Then this matter is difficult. Fu Xiong said. We'll see. If it doesn't work, we'll think of a way to get rid of this old bastard. Fu Anshan's eyes flashed with killing intent. He was determined to get the position of vice pavilion master, and no one could stop him. All right, let's not talk about it. Pay close attention to the movements of Shen Feiyun and young Master Hao. Once there's any news, tell me immediately. Fu Anshan instructed. Fu Xiong nodded. Then Fu Anshan turned off the image crystal. Little bastard surnamed Mu, just you wait, I will never let you return to the divine city alive. Fu Xiong snorted from his nose, and a cold murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Then he put away the image crystal and walked towards the bedroom. However, he didn't notice that in the left corner of the tea room, there was a pot of green potted plant, and behind the potted plant, there was a small figure hiding. After Fu Xiong entered the bedroom, the small figure also quietly left the room. In the mountain stream outside the city, the night was as dark as ink and it was dead silent. On the peak of the mountain, Qin Feiyang and the other two sat back to back with their legs crossed, all of them closing their eyes to rest. A stream of light flashed across the sky like lightning and finally landed on Qin Feiyang's shoulder. It was the Spirit Serpent Emperor. How is it? Qin Feiyang opened his eyes and asked. Nonsense, is there anything that I can't handle? The Spirit Serpent Emperor said proudly. He took out an image crystal from his body and threw it to Qin Feiyang. Thank you for your hard work. Qin Feiyang caught the image crystal, rubbed the Spirit Serpent Emperor's little head, and smiled lovingly. The Spirit Serpent Emperor raised its long and narrow eyes and smiled proudly. Then, it turned into an exquisite bracelet again and coiled around Qin Feiyang's wrist. Qin Feiyang immediately checked the image recorded in the image crystal. Young Master Hao and Wang Yu opened their eyes one after another. After watching the image, Wang Yu suddenly stood up and said angrily, "It's really this bastard behind all this." Young Master Hao was also very angry. He looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "How did you know that there was something wrong with Fu Xiong?" Qin Feiyang didn't explain much. Young Master Hao didn't ask much either. He shook his head and sighed. Fortunately, Father asked you to come. Otherwise, if it were someone else, they wouldn't be able to break this deadlock. Qin Feiyang smiled and stood up. I've let him laugh for so long. It's time for him to cry. Let's go. After this period of recuperation, the poison in his body had been completely removed and his injuries were healed. Whoosh! The three of them immediately rose into the air and flew toward Qinghai City. At the city gate, more than a dozen guards were on guard. Qin Feiyang and the other two didn't hide and directly landed in front of the city gate. It's them. A group of guards immediately drew their swords and surrounded the three of them. Qin Feiyang said lightly, "You don't have to do anything. Let's go." The leading guard sneered. "That's for the best. Let's go." The three of them looked at each other and smiled, then entered the city openly. The group of guards followed closely behind. A moment later, the three of them arrived in front of a mansion. The mansion was grand and imposing. It was brightly lit and the guards stood upright. Their eyes were extremely spirited. When they saw Qin Feiyang and the other two, their eyes burst out with a cold light. "Go in," one of the guards shouted. The three of them entered the mansion. A guard at the gate of the mansion grabbed the leading guard and asked in a low voice, "Captain, how did you catch them?" The leading guard looked at the back of Qin Feiyang and the other two with a strange expression and whispered, They delivered themselves to us. Delivered themselves to us? The guards at the gate were stunned. They had already escaped and yet they took the initiative to come back to die. Was there something wrong with their heads? In a certain courtyard in the mansion, Shen Feiyun sat on a chair. His eyes were gloomy. In front of him, an old man in black was kneeling. The old man's eyes were full of self-blame and guilt. Suddenly, Shen Feiyun, who was silent, looked at the old man in black and asked, "Old Nya, how do I usually treat you?" The old man in black said, "Lord is very good to this old servant, like a relative." "You still know? Then why did you let him run out when I told you to watch long? More importantly, you didn't report to me immediately. Tell me, what are your intentions?" Shen Feiyun shouted. The old man in black's eyes trembled and hurriedly said, "Lord, this old servant swears that he is absolutely loyal to Lord." Shen Feiyun looked deeply at the old man in black and sighed, "Old Nya, if you had told me earlier, Long wouldn't have died." "I'm sorry, Lord." At first, this old servant thought that young master was only going to find trouble with young master Hao and the others. He wouldn't do anything out of line, so I didn't report to you. Who would have thought that young master would be so willful and poison them? Lord, this is this old servant's fault. Please punish me." The old man in black said guiltily. "But," Shen Feiyun slapped the armrest of the chair and said angrily, "You also think that Long poisoned them first?" The old man in black didn't know how to answer for a moment. Although Long is a playboy, I don't believe that he doesn't even have a sense of propriety. This must be an excuse made up by young master Hao and the others to kill them. Shen Feiyun snorted coldly. "Don't." At this moment, there was a rush of knocking on the door. Shen Feiyun raised his eyebrows and looked at the old man in black. "Go open the door." The old man in black got up and walked to the door. When he opened the door, he saw a guard standing outside. "What's the matter?" The old man in black frowned. The guard said breathlessly, "Master Nya, City Lord, we've caught them." Shen Feiyun suddenly quivered and immediately got up. He grabbed the guard's clothes and asked, "Where is it?" "The meeting hall." The guard said. "Little bastard, I'll kill you." Shen Feiyun growled and disappeared into the night sky with a murderous aura. Lord, don't be rash. Chapter 991. The Great Assembly Hall was located in the center of the City Lord's mansion. It was more than 10 meters tall, and there were obvious traces of weathering on the surface. At this moment, there were over 100 guards around the hall, and their cultivations were all between 5-star and 9-star war sect. Everyone's face was filled with vigilance. "Greetings, City Lord." As soon as Shen Feiyun arrived, the guards all bowed and saluted. "All of you, be more spirited," Shen Feiyun said coldly and strode into the Great Assembly Hall. Inside the hall, the lights were as bright as day. Qin Feiyang and the other two sat on a chair with different expressions. Qin Feiyang was expressionless. No one knew what he was thinking. Young Master Hao crossed his legs in a frivolous manner. Wang Yuer lowered her head, her eyes constantly flickering, but if one observed carefully, they would notice that she would glance at Qin Feiyang from time to time. The three of them did not have much of a reaction to Shen Feiyun's arrival. Seeing this scene, the killing intent in Shen Feiyun's heart became even stronger. "Greetings, Lord." The leading guard bowed to Shen Feiyun, then swept his gaze towards Qin Feiyang and the other two and shouted, "Didn't you see that the City Lord is here? Quickly get up and kowtow to him." "Does he have the qualifications?" The corner of young Master Hao's mouth curled up, full of disdain. "How dare you!" The leading guard was furious and reached out to grab young Master Hao. "Dare to touch this young master." Young Master Hao suddenly turned his head and stared at the guard, his eyes incomparably sharp. The leading guard's pupils constricted, and an indescribable sense of fear emerged in his heart. "He doesn't dare, I dare." Shen Feiyun's gaze turned cold, and he raised his hand to grab young Master Hao's head. "My lord, stop." At this time, the old man in black hurried over and grabbed Shen Feiyun's wrist. "What are you trying to do? Rebel?" Shen Feiyun shouted. "My lord, calm down." The old man in black anxiously shouted, then looked at the guards and said, "All of you, go out and close the door." "Yes, sir." The group of guards immediately turned around and ran out, closing the door of the hall tightly. In this way, inside the hall, only Qin Feiyang's group of 3 and Shen Feiyun's group were left. The black-clothed old man looked at Shen Feiyun and pleaded, "Milord, can this old servant ask a few questions first?" Shen Feiyun clenched his fist and shook off the black-robed old man. He said coldly, "I will only give you 100 breaths of time." The black-clothed old man let out a long sigh. He looked at Qin Feiyang and the other 2 and asked, "Can you tell me the truth? Did young master poison you?" Young master Hao curled his lips and said, "If he didn't poison us, why would we kill him? Where's the witness? Who saw it?" Shen Feiyun angrily shouted. Alas! Wang Yuer sighed deeply and said regretfully, "Big brother Shen, I really didn't expect that after so many years, you would become like this today." Shen Feiyun said angrily, "Isn't this all thanks to Chief Pagoda Master and Gong Sun Bei? You still haven't reflected on your actions, and you're still blaming them. You're really hopeless." There was a trace of anger in Wang Yuer's tone. "This is their fault to begin with." Shen Feiyun roared, as if he was recalling the past. His eyes were red and he was hysterical. Wang Yuer said, "Ask yourself, is it really their fault?" Shen Feiyun's expression was uncertain. After a moment, he waved his hand impatiently and said, "Don't talk nonsense. Since you say that Long poisoned you first, then find the witness for me. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving the city lord's mansion today." "Unreasonable. You want evidence, right?" Wang Yuer snorted coldly and looked at Qin Feiyang. "Give it to him." Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the image crystal appeared. Immediately after, an image appeared in the void of the Great Council Hall. It's actually him behind the scenes. Watching the entire conversation between Fu Xiong and Fu Anshan, the black-clothed old man's eyes gradually darkened. Shen Feiyun was the same. His hands clenched tightly, making cracking sounds. That gloomy gaze was as if he wanted to eat someone. "Damn bastard, Shen Feiyun, will not rest until you die." The image ended. Shen Feiyun roared and directly blasted the door of the hall, turning into a stream of light, breaking through the air like lightning. Looking at Shen Feiyun's back, the black-clothed old man couldn't help but sigh. Then he looked at Qin Feiyang and the other 2 and said, "It shouldn't be easy for the 3 of you to get this image." "It's okay," young Master Hao said lightly. "Thank you 3. The black-clothed old man bowed. "Thank us for what?" Young Master Hao was suspicious. "If you don't have this evidence, the Lord will definitely kill you. At that time, the Chief Pagoda Master will be alerted, and Lord's life will be in danger. So, the 3 of you have saved Lord's life." The black-clothed old man sighed. "You're quite loyal," young Master Hao said in surprise. "Lord has done me a favor. It's only right for me to repay him. Let's not talk about it anymore. The 3 of you wait for a moment, I'll go take a look." After saying that, the black-clothed old man turned around and rushed out of the hall. He shouted to the guards guarding the door, "The 3 inside are the city lord's distinguished guests. Treat them well." Before his voice died away, the black-clothed old man rushed to the sky and chased after Shen Feiyun. Distinguished guests? The group of guards was dumbfounded. What was going on? Weren't they mortal enemies before? How did they become distinguished guests in the blink of an eye? "What about us?" In the hall, young Master Hao looked at Qin Feiyang and Wang Yuer. "There's a good show going on. Of course, we have to go and take a look." Qin Feiyang chuckled, got up and walked away. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. Wang Yuer and young Master Hao looked at each other. A cold light flashed in their eyes at the same time. They also got up and quickly followed. "Fu Xiong, get out here." All of a sudden, a roar resounded through the night sky, alarming countless people. "Is this the city lord's voice? What happened? Why is he so angry?" People were surprised. At the same time, Fu Xiong, who was lying on the bed and reading ancient books, also sat up, his eyes full of surprise. Boom! Before he could react, another terrifying emperor's aura erupted outside. Fu Xiong immediately felt a deep sense of uneasiness in his heart. Without hesitation, he quickly got up and rushed out of a window. Boom! Crack! Just as he left, A dazzling battle chi blasted into the trading pavilion. Accompanied by an earth-shattering sound, the entire building collapsed with a loud crash. Billowing dust and smoke rose into the sky, covering the waning moon. This, standing in the void, Fu Xiong was completely dumbfounded when he saw this scene. Suddenly, he looked up and saw Shen Feiyun standing high in the sky, exuding a monstrous aura. "What are you doing? Are you crazy?" Fu Xiong shouted angrily. "Crazy? Yes, not only am I crazy, but I'm also going to kill you today. Die!" Shen Feiyun roared and swooped down toward Fu Xiong with surging killing intent. "What the hell are you doing?" Fu Xiong's expression changed, and he hurriedly flew away. At the same time, he roared without looking back. The two of them, one in front and one behind, quickly rushed out of the city and entered the mountains outside the city. Whoosh! At this moment, the old man in black, Qin Feiyang, and the other two flew into the sky one after another, looking at Fu Xiong and Shen Feiyun from afar. Wang Yue frowned, looked at the old man in black, and asked, "How's Fu Xiong's strength?" "Very strong. But compared to Sir, he's still far from being strong." The old man in black smiled confidently. "That's good," Wang Yue whispered. To be honest, she still had some sympathy for Shen Feiyun because when she was young, Shen Feiyun took care of her like an elder brother. The four of them moved and chased after him. Above a giant mountain, Fu Xiong paused, turned to look at Shen Feiyun, and said angrily, "Is there something wrong with your brain? Why did you attack me for no reason?" "How dare you say it's for no reason? I've always minded my own business with you, but you actually killed my son. Do you really think that I, Shen Feiyun, have become a good-for-nothing now?" Shen Feiyun roared, his hair flying in anger. "What?" Fu Xiong's eyes trembled. Did Shen Feiyun already know? Impossible. Those who deserved to die were all dead. Shen Feiyun had no way to know. Thinking of this, Fu Xiong calmed down a little and said angrily, "The one who killed your son is Wang Su's granddaughter. Why are you looking for me? It's true that Wang Yue killed him, but you're the source of all this. Don't try to quibble anymore. Today, if I don't chop you into pieces, I, Shen Feiyun, am not a human." Boom. Shen Feiyun's body shook, and his battle chi surged out like a tide, turning into a huge wave that covered the sky and rushed toward Fu Xiong. That murderous intent was enough to make one tremble in fear. Damn it, how did I get exposed? Fu Xiong's mind was in a mess at this moment. Everything he had planned could be said to be flawless, and the facts also proved that there were indeed no flaws. Otherwise, Shen Feiyun would not kill young Master Hao and the other two in anger during the day. But how did Shen Feiyun suddenly find out? There was no time to think about it, because the battle chi had already rushed in front of him. He quickly raised both hands, and his battle chi surged, colliding with Shen Feiyun's battle chi. Sure enough, as the black-clothed old man said, Fu Xiong's strength was completely inferior to Shen Feiyun's. He directly spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out like a meteorite, crashing into a huge mountain behind. The huge mountain was more than 10,000 feet tall and shattered on the spot. In just one round, Fu Xiong suffered a fatal injury. "Although my son is useless, he's not someone you can use." At this moment, Shen Feiyun was a living god of death, and no one could stop him. The battle chi all over his body was like a waterfall, constantly surging into the sky, turning the night into day. Boom! In the blink of an eye, a huge hand appeared out of nowhere, covering the sky and the moon, exuding a world-destroying aura, destroying everything in its path. "Go and be buried with my son." Next, Shen Feiyun roared into the sky, and the huge hand with an ear-piercing sound of wind and thunder fell from the sky, slapping the ground below. Boom! The ground instantly cracked, and ravines appeared everywhere. Huge mountains collapsed crazily, and a thunderous sound shook the heavens. This is Shen Feiyun's strength. In the distant void, Qin Feiyang's pupils constricted, unable to conceal his fear. Wang Yue said, "If Shen Feiyun hadn't been so dispirited all these years, his current strength would be far more than this." Chapter 992. Is it far more than that? Qin Feiyang murmured and did not refute. Because that was the truth. With Shen Feiyun's talent, if he was willing to cultivate seriously these years, even if he did not obtain the inheritance, his current strength would not be inferior to Gongsun Bei. Unfortunately, he had chosen a path of desolation. The wind howled and heaven and earth shook. Shen Feiyun stood proudly in the void like a fiend god, his aura soaring to the sky. Below, the ground was cracked and dilapidated, filled with a tragic aura. Fu Xiong was buried underground, his life or death unknown. Is he dead? Young Master Hao mumbled. The old man in black said confidently, needless to say, he's definitely dead. Boom. However, before he finished, a destructive aura rushed out from the ground like a volcanic eruption. For a moment, the ground trembled and dust flew. Following that, a bloody figure rushed out from the soil, his body covered in wounds, some of them so deep that bones could be seen. It was Fu Xiong. Not dead. The old man in black raised his eyebrows in surprise. You're really lucky. But it's good, if you die like this, it'll be too easy for you. Shen Feiyun's black hair danced in the wind like a madman. He took a step forward, the battle chi under his feet surging as he stepped on Fu Xiong's head. Fu Xiong's expression changed and he hurriedly turned to flee. At the same time, he shouted anxiously, "You said I harmed your son, take out the evidence." Shen Feiyun did not answer and chased crazily. The murderous intent in his eyes made Fu Xiong despair. Shen Feiyun, don't go too far. Fu Xiong roared in horror. He wanted to buy some time and find a chance to escape, but he did not expect Shen Feiyun to ignore him. You're the one who's going too far. Shen Feiyun's gaze was extremely dark and his speed was faster than Fu Xiong's. The distance between them was closing bit by bit. What should I do? Fu Xiong was flustered and regretful. If he had known, he would not have instigated young Master Long. Seeing Shen Feiyun approaching step by step, Fu Xiong was so anxious that he was about to go crazy. Suddenly, he stopped and turned to look at Shen Feiyun, his eyes flashing with madness. I advise you not to force me, even a rabbit will bite when cornered. Who do you think you are? So what if I force you? Shen Feiyun smiled coldly and arrogantly. His footsteps did not slow down at all. Fu Xiong's eyes darkened as he said, even if I die, shouldn't you at least let me know the reason before I die? He still hadn't given up and wanted to fight for a chance to escape. However, Shen Feiyun still did not give him the chance to do so. Carrying surging battle chi, he furiously charged forward. Bastard! Since you won't let me go, then we'll die together today. Fu Xiong was in complete despair and gave up struggling. With a furious roar, he did not retreat, but instead charged towards Shen Feiyun. You overestimate yourself. Shen Feiyun sneered. Really? Fu Xiong smiled sinisterly, and a destructive aura suddenly rushed out of his body. This aura made Shen Feiyun feel horrified. What do you want to do? Shen Feiyun was bewildered. Do what? Of course I'll drag you down to hell with me. Speaking of which, it's a worthy death for me to have a peerless genius like you die with me. Be destroyed. Ha, Fu Xiong laughed maniacally. Rumble. Following that 7-foot-tall body suddenly exploded in the void. Immediately, a world-destroying wave of air surged out in all directions like a tidal wave. Damn it. He actually self-destructed his body. Shen Feiyun's expression changed drastically, and he retreated without hesitation. But it was too late. That wave of air arrived in an instant and drowned him. A blood-curdling scream resounded through the heavens and earth. Lord! Seeing this scene, the old man in black immediately bared his teeth and rushed toward Shen Feiyun crazily. But before he could get close, he was sent flying by the wave of air. That old body was instantly torn into pieces, and blood splattered across the sky. Qin Feiyang's pupils constricted as he shouted at young Master Hao and Wang Yu. Without a doubt, Fu Xiong was definitely a war king. The destructive power of a war king's self-destruction was not something they could withstand. That old man in black was the best example. In just an instant, he was killed instantly. Seeing the death of the old man in black, Wang Yu was so scared that her face turned pale. The moment Qin Feiyang spoke, She immediately swept up Qin Feiyang and Wang Yuer, turned around, and fled for her life. After running for a long time, the three of them finally felt that the danger behind them had disappeared. They stopped at the peak of a giant mountain that was about 10,000 feet tall. When they turned around, their faces turned pale with fright. They saw that the land in front of them had been destroyed. Not a single blade of grass was left, as if it was a land of death. That wave of air had not dissipated yet. In the void and on the ground, nothing could stop them from killing. That was close. Young Master Hao patted his chest with lingering fear. If they had been a step later, they would have followed in the footsteps of that old man in black. Yeah, the power of a war king's self-destruction is too terrifying. Wang Yuer's pretty face was also pale. This was the first time they had seen such a scene in their lives, and they finally understood how cruel the outside world was. As for Qin Feiyang, he was not that surprised, because he had already seen the scene of the War King's self-destruction. Back then in the 9 regions, the 2 divine envoys from the main tower were forced by the Mu family's great ancestor and second ancestor to self-destruct in despair. So it was no longer surprising. However, he felt quite sorry for the sacrifice of the old man in black. Knowing that he was going to die, he still rushed forward without hesitation. Such a loyal person was really rare. It was a pity that he died. After young Master Hao recovered, he looked into the depths of the mountain range and frowned. Is this Shen Feiyun dead? Shen Feiyun's strength is at most 1 or 2 small realms higher than Fu Xiong. And the power of self-destruction is stronger than a perfect battle art, so he should have no hope of survival. Qin Feiyang said. What a pity. Wang Yuer sighed. Qin Feiyang said lightly, a pitiful person must have something to hate. There's no need to be so sad. Let's go. You're so heartless. Wang Yuer raised her eyebrows. Heartless? Don't be naive. The outside world is a world where the strong preys on the weak. People like you who grew up with a silver spoon in your mouth will not understand. Qin Feiyang said lightly. His expression was indeed a little cold. But it was not because he was really heartless, but because he was used to this kind of thing, and it was difficult for him to sympathize. Hearing Qin Feiyang's words, young Master Hao and Wang Yuer looked at each other and couldn't help but feel a little fear in their hearts. No, the fear of Qin Feiyang was the fear of the ruthlessness of the world. Boom. However, just as the 3 of them were about to go back the way they came, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from the mountain stream below. Following closely, a bright battle chi, carrying an astonishing killing intent, rushed toward the 3 of them like lightning. There's someone else? Qin Feiyang and the other 2 were shocked and hurriedly rushed into the sky and fled for their lives. Because the aura that erupted from the mountain stream also carried a shocking emperor's aura. It was enough to explain. The person lurking in the mountain stream was a war emperor. But, no matter how Qin Feiyang and the other 2 fled, the battle chi always followed behind them. How could this be? I didn't sense any aura locking onto me. Young Master Hao was surprised. Wang Yuer was also bewildered. Usually, in this kind of situation, only when the opponent's aura locked onto them would they be chased by the battle chi. Looking at Qin Feiyang again. At this moment, as he fled, he scanned the mountain stream with a gloomy face. Suddenly, he looked at young Master Hao and Wang Yuer and said in a deep voice, I've been locked onto by a wisp of aura. What? Their expressions changed. Qin Feiyang said, the aura only locked onto me, not you. It seems that this person's target is me. Hurry up and get away from me. How can this do? Young Master Hao was anxious. The person lurking in the mountain stream was a war emperor, and Qin Feiyang was only a 1-star war saint. The difference between them was like heaven and earth. If they were hit by the battle chi, they would definitely die. Cut the crap, hurry up. Qin Feiyang shouted impatiently. Let's go. Wang Yuer took a deep look at Qin Feiyang, grabbed young Master Hao, and dashed in another direction. As expected, the battle chi only followed Qin Feiyang and did not chase after Wang Yuer and young Master Hao. Who could it be? Qin Feiyang scanned the mountains and rivers below, his eyes extremely gloomy. No matter who you are, you can dream on if you want to kill me. Suddenly, A cold smile flashed across his eyes. He suddenly dived down and rushed into the forest below. His speed was as fast as lightning. Almost in the blink of an eye, he entered the forest. The battle chi also blasted into the forest. With a loud bang, the forest was razed to the ground on the spot. Several towering mountains nearby were also shattered in an instant. Dust and smoke covered the sky. "Brother Mu!" Young Master Hao shouted. There was an unresolvable sadness between his eyebrows. Wang Yuer's face also turned pale. Was there any way to survive after being hit by the battle chi of a war emperor? Time passed breath by breath. The world fell into a dead silence. After not sensing Qin Feiyang's aura for a long time, young Master Hao's eyes surged with strong killing intent. He shouted, "Who is it? Get out here." Wang Yuer clutched her chest and remained silent. However, her heart could not help but ache faintly. Usually, when she saw Qin Feiyang, she was very disgusted. However, now that she saw Qin Feiyang die in front of her, she felt inexplicably sad. In the sky, a dark cloud surged from afar and covered the waning moon. The earth immediately fell into endless darkness. At this moment, a black figure suddenly appeared on a mountain ridge not far away. He raised his head and looked at young Master Hao and young Master Hao. Then he looked in the direction of Qin Feiyang. His eyes flickered with a cold light. "Don't blame me. This is the leader's order." After a while, the black figure muttered and turned to leave. However, just as he turned around, he suddenly turned back and looked in the direction of Qin Feiyang again. His eyes were filled with disbelief. The next moment, accompanied by the sound of something breaking through the air, a fiery red figure suddenly rushed out of the dust and smoke. Who else could it be other than Qin Feiyang? At this moment, not only was there no injury on his body, but even a strand of hair was not missing. He was full of vitality and energy. How is this possible? The black figure rubbed his eyes in disbelief. When he looked again, he was instantly stunned. Chapter 993. Not dead. At the same time, young Master Hao and Wang Yu also looked at Qin Feiyang in disbelief. Young Master Hao's face was filled with ecstasy. He hurriedly rushed to Qin Feiyang, looked up and down at Qin Feiyang, and said, "Give me a slap to see if I'm dreaming." "Idiot." Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes, but his heart was warm. However, Wang Yu did not stand on ceremony and slapped young Master Hao's face. "You really hit me." Young Master Hao immediately covered his face and glared at Wang Yu, grimacing in pain. "If you know the pain, then you're not dreaming," Wang Yu said, and then looked at Qin Feiyang, her eyes full of surprise. "Brother, how did you do it?" young Master Hao asked. Qin Feiyang glanced at him and did not explain. He lowered his head and scanned the mountains below again, looking for the black shadow. In fact, it was very simple. The moment he entered the forest, he hid in the castle, so the battle chi did not hit him at all. However, he could not tell young Master Hao and Wang Yu about the castle. Who is it? Wang Yu was also looking for the black shadow. The black shadow standing on the mountain ridge finally came back to his senses, and his eyes burst with strong killing intent. "If you're not dead, then I'll kill you again." He muttered and was about to attack, but at this moment, an astonishing emperor's might suddenly erupted from the depths of the mountain range. The black shadow's pupils shrank, and he immediately turned around and merged into the dark forest without looking back. At the same time, Qin Feiyang and the other two also looked into the depths of the mountain range, their eyes full of surprise. They were very familiar with this emperor's might. It was Shen Feiyun's. Was Shen Feiyun not dead? Boom. Suddenly, they sensed that Shen Feiyun's emperor's might was soaring crazily. No way. Not only did he not die, but he also broke through. The three of them looked at each other. Sure enough, when Shen Feiyun appeared in their sight again, the aura exuding from his body was a level stronger than before. However, the injuries on his body were very serious. Not only was he missing an arm, but his body was also riddled with wounds, as if he was a bloody man. Wang Yu went up to him and said with a smile, "One who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune in the future. Big brother Shen, congratulations." Shen Feiyun stopped in midair and glanced at Wang Yu, before looking at Qin Feiyang and young Master Hao. His expression was extremely desolate. Sighing inwardly, Wang Yu consoled, "Big brother Shen, the dead cannot be brought back to life. Please restrain your grief." Shen Feiyun didn't answer. He raised his head and looked at the dark sky. He seemed to have aged several decades. After a long time, he withdrew his gaze and said, "I believe you all know what I did in Divine City back then." Qin Feiyang and the other two nodded. "Actually, I also understand that this matter is my fault. I can't blame Chief Pagoda Master and Gongsun Bei, but I just can't get over it. I didn't know how to face it either, so all these years, I drank day and night without stopping. Because only when I was drunk could I forget those things. But it was also because of this that I forgot my responsibility as a father. Ever since Longer was born, I didn't take good care of him. After a long time, he began to rebel. Even when I discovered this, I didn't restrain him, which led to today's disaster. Actually, it's all my fault. I don't deserve to be his father at all." Shen Feiyun blamed himself in pain. Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at each other and chose to remain silent. A moment later, Shen Feiyun looked up at the three of them and smiled. "But I also have to thank you." The three of them were puzzled. Shen Feiyun said, "Because of your arrival, and also because of Longer's death, I finally woke up." Wang Yu said, "Then what do you plan to do next?" "I want to return to Divine City and make up for my past mistakes. I want to let the world know that I, Shen Feiyun, am back." Shen Feiyun looked at the night sky and muttered, his body exuding an invisible domineering aura. Wang Yu smiled in relief. She could already predict that the Divine City would soon be stirred up by Shen Feiyun's return. Shen Feiyun suddenly thought of something and looked at the three of them. "Just now, I sensed an emperor's aura here. What's going on?" Young Master Hao's eyes turned cold as he said in a deep voice, "Someone wants to assassinate Brother Mu." Shen Feiyun looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Did you offend someone?" "I've offended too many people. It's really hard to determine which clown is causing trouble in the dark." Qin Feiyang shrugged and said helplessly. However, the three of them did not notice that there was a glimmer of light in the depths of his eyes. "Clown?" Shen Feiyun's face twitched. The other party was a dignified combat emperor, but he was called a clown. This young man was too unique. "Wait for me." Shen Feiyun closed his eyes and carefully sensed. A moment later, he opened his eyes and said, "Within 100 miles, other than the aura of ferocious beasts, I didn't sense anyone else's aura. They should have already left." Young Master Hao and Wang Yu both heaved a sigh of relief. Shen Feiyun said, "All right, I still have to go and bury Long. You guys be careful." The three of them nodded. After Shen Feiyun opened the portal and left, young Master Hao immediately looked at Qin Feiyang and frowned. "Brother, why do I suddenly feel that I can't see through you?" Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat and he asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" Not only can you refine a magical pill like the Jianghu Yellow Dragon pill, but you can also escape safely from the assassination of a combat emperor. This is not something an ordinary person can do." Young Master Hao said. Hearing young Master Hao mention the Jianghu Yellow Dragon pill, Qin Feiyang hurriedly coughed to remind him. However, young Master Hao only realized later that he had let it slip after saying it. Without a doubt, Wang Yu heard it. "What is it? You refined the Jianghu Yellow Dragon pill?" She stared at Qin Feiyang in surprise. "It's all your fault for talking too much." Qin Feiyang glared at young Master Hao and was extremely annoyed. Young Master Hao turned his head and looked away guiltily, as if he didn't know him. "Don't try to divert my attention. Tell me, did you refine it or not?" Wang Yu asked. "So what if I refined it?" Qin Feiyang glanced at her and said lightly, "Oh my God." Wang Yu immediately seemed to have discovered a new world and her beautiful eyes shone. Qin Feiyang looked at her eyes and felt uncomfortable all over. Suddenly, Wang Yu smiled and patted Qin Feiyang's shoulder meaningfully. She said with a smile, "You hit it well. Not bad, not bad." After saying that, she flew in the direction of Qinghai City. "Sister, wait for me. Young Master Hao hurriedly chased after her. He was afraid that Qin Feiyang would continue to blame him. Qin Feiyang looked at Wang Yu's back and frowned. For some reason, when he saw the smile on Wang Yu's face, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. Suddenly, his eyes flashed and he said loudly to the two of them, "I have something to do and have to leave for a while. Let's meet at the city gate later." "You have something to do?" Wang Yu and Qin Feiyang were stunned. They quickly stopped in the void and turned to ask Qin Feiyang. However, when they turned around, they discovered that there was no trace of Qin Feiyang. Where is he? How did he disappear in the blink of an eye? As they scanned the empty space, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. In the castle, Qin Feiyang stood in the center of the castle with his head lowered and his eyes flickering. Lu Hong had also woken up from her cultivation and was thinking about something. Suddenly, Lu Hong's eyes lit up. She looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "The person who attacked you is actually very easy to guess." "Really?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. He looked up at Lu Hong with interest and said with a faint smile, "Tell me about it. You have indeed offended a lot of people in the Forgotten Continent, but the people you have offended with your identity of Ancestor Mu can be counted on one hand. Let me think. It seems that other than Fu Anshan, the Scorpion tribe, there is only the Qilin tribe. And Fu Anshan is definitely impossible, because if it was him, he wouldn't just watch Fu Xiong being killed by Shen Feiyun. The Scorpion tribe is even more impossible, because the people of the Scorpion tribe are all dead. Then only the Qilin tribe is left." Lu Hong smiled. "This little girl is really getting smarter and smarter." Qin Feiyang muttered. What Lu Hong said was basically the same as what he thought. After thinking about it, Qin Feiyang asked, "Then is it possible that it's someone from the Mu family? Are you testing me on purpose?" "Of course it's impossible. If it was really them, they would have already made a move on you when they got the scorpion flame." Lu Hong frowned her beautiful eyebrows, expressing her dissatisfaction. Qin Feiyang laughed. "Not bad. Next time when I let you go out alone, I can rest assured. I can already take care of myself, okay?" Lu Hong pouted her red lips, looking quite charming. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed, then turned around and took out the image crystal. Wu Yang's shadow quickly condensed. Although they were in the castle, because Qin Feiyang deliberately changed the direction, Wu Yang could only see one side of the castle wall. Qin Feiyang didn't waste time and directly said, "Immediately go and investigate whether or not your tribe has people who left today." Wu Yang's expression was confused. "Why do you want to investigate this? Moreover, there are more than 1,000,000 people in my tribe. Who knows how many people go out and come back and go out? How do you want to investigate?" "There's no need to investigate the others, just investigate those above the combat emperor level. As for the reason, I'll tell you later," Qin Feiyang said. "If it's just investigating those above the combat emperor level, then it's much simpler. Give me a day, after I've finished investigating, I'll send you a message," Wu Yang said. Qin Feiyang nodded, then turned off the image crystal and sent a message to Yen Wei. After the shadow appeared, Yen Wei immediately asked, "Was the journey smooth?" "There were some accidents, but it's been resolved." Qin Feiyang smiled, then his face became serious and said, "There's something, help me pay more attention to it." "Speak," Yen Wei said. Qin Feiyang said, "I'm worried that Fu Anshan might harm Li He, so pay more attention in the future." "Harm Li He, would he dare?" Yen Wei was surprised. "There's nothing that some people don't dare to do after losing their minds." Qin Feiyang sneered. Yen Wei's pupils contracted and he nodded. "Okay, I'll pay more attention. Then I'll leave it to you." Chapter 994. In fact, he could directly open the portal and go to the city gate to meet Mr. Hao and Mr. Wang. He did that because he wanted to see if he could lure the Black Shadow out. But it ended in disappointment. The Black Shadow didn't appear again until he arrived above the city gate. In front of the city gate, Mr. Hao and Wang Yu stood side by side. Mr. Hao's black hair was fluttering in the wind. Wang Yu was beautiful. Her clothes were fluttering, and her hair was dancing in the wind. The two of them were like a beautiful scenery in the dark night. Swish. Qin Feiyang flashed and landed in front of them. "Greetings, Mr. Hao." The guards who were guarding the city immediately bowed and saluted. Their expressions were also extremely respectful. Obviously, Shen Feiyun had already greeted them. Qin Feiyang nodded, looked at Mr. Hao and Mr. Wang and asked, "Did the person who attacked me appear again?" Mr. Hao shook his head. Qin Feiyang sighed, "It seems that we have to be extra careful on the way." Wang Yu'er said, "It's you who should be careful, not us. Don't confuse us." Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said angrily, "Who said not long ago that we are a team and should work together? Did someone say that?" Wang Yu'er pretended to be confused, looked at Mr. Hao and asked, "Did you say that?" Mr. Hao's face darkened and he said, "You can quarrel if you want, but don't drag me into it. Right now, I feel like a third will sandwiched between the two of you." "What do you mean?" A trace of anger rose in Wang Yu'er's eyes. "See for yourself." Mr. Hao turned his head away, looking very unhappy. Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead with a helpless expression on his face. With this woman around, it seemed that he would not be able to have a quiet time on the way. Taking a deep breath, Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them and said, "Cut the crap. Shall we go directly to Qinghai or rest in the city for a night?" Mr. Hao thought for a while and said secretly, "I think it's better to go during the day. After all, we don't know where the person who attacked you is hiding. If we rush to Qinghai at night, I'm afraid that we may be attacked by him on the way." "That makes sense." Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. "Then let's rest in Azure Sea City for the night and depart tomorrow morning. Let's go." The two of them immediately walked into the city. Sneak attack. Behind him, Wang Yu'er glanced at the dim night sky. With a cold light flashing in her eyes, she turned around and followed him slowly. The night passed in silence. The next day, early morning, the sun slowly rose from the horizon and spread its rays over the earth, dispelling the lingering chill of the night. Qin Feiyang and the other two left Azure Sea City early and flew towards Azure Sea. Along the way, there were mountains and rivers as far as the eye could see. The ferocious beasts were densely packed, and their cultivations were not weak. They would encounter a few battle saint-level vicious beasts every now and then, but Qin Feiyang and the other two were not weak either. Wang Yu'er was a 9-star battle saint. These ferocious beasts naturally posed no threat to them, and the three of them arrived at the Blue Sea without a hitch. The coastline stretched as far as the eye could see. At this moment, there were many people gathered on the beach. There were old and young, strong and weak. They were all adventurers in Qinghai. Some of them sat cross-legged on the ground and closed their eyes to rest. Some of them gathered in 2s and 3s to discuss the various secrets of Qinghai. When Qin Feiyang looked at the surface of the sea, a hint of astonishment immediately appeared on his face. The blue sea was sparkling and extremely calm. It was completely different from what he had imagined. The azure sea he had imagined was full of raging winds and turbulent waves. But now, the azure sea in front of him was so quiet and peaceful. He could not feel any danger at all. This is just the outer sea. There is no danger here. The real danger is in the inner sea. And there are rumors that the end of the inner sea is connected to the endless sea. As if seeing Qin Feiyang's doubts, Wang Yu'er explained in a somewhat solemn tone. The endless sea. Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat. It was not the first time he had heard of the endless sea. Young Master Hao asked curiously, "Sister, is the endless sea really as terrible as the rumors say?" "I've never been there, so I don't know. But those rumors should not be groundless," Wang Yu'er said. Young Master Hao looked at the vast sea with a yearning face and said, "I really want to see it if I have the chance. I won't stop you if you want to go, as long as you're not afraid of death." Wang Yu'er smirked. Young Master Hao raised his middle finger with a disdainful face. "Do you know what you're thinking now? Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers." Wang Yu'er rolled her eyes at him, then looked at the end of the sea and said, "It's still early. Let's try to enter the inner sea before dark. Let's go." Whoosh! The three of them immediately turned into a stream of light and flew toward the sea. Someone's coming? The people gathered at the seaside all sensed the aura of Qin Feiyang and the other two, and they all looked up at the three of them. Aren't they the three people who killed young Master Long yesterday? They actually came to Qinghai? Qinghai City was not far from here. And the people here were basically people near Qinghai City, so they had already received the news not long after the incident yesterday. Similarly, the news of Fu Xiong's death had also spread. However, as for why Fu Xiong had died, no one had figured it out yet, because Shen Feiyun did not deliberately explain the reason to the public. Maybe he didn't want to explain, or maybe it was because he couldn't get over this hurdle in his heart. After all, no matter what, young Master Long did die in the hands of these three people. It was also because of Shen Feiyun's silence that the people here found it difficult to make a decision. On one hand, they wanted to take down Qin Feiyang and the other two, and bring them to the city lord's mansion to receive the reward. But on the other hand, they received another piece of news last night. Some guards of the city lord's mansion privately told others that for some reason, these three people suddenly became the city lord's distinguished guests. This made them very confused. What in the world had happened here? Sush. Just as Qin Feiyang and the other two were flying over the beach, an old man with white hair and a white beard suddenly opened his eyes and sized up Qin Feiyang and the other two. He flew up and stood in front of the three. The old man's cultivation was at the level of a 2-star battle saint. He stroked his white beard and looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two, and asked with a smile, "My three little friends, where are you going?" His expression looked very friendly. Qin Feiyang and the other two stopped in the void. "Hello, elder." Wang Yuer bowed politely and then replied, "The three of us are going to the Blue Sea." "The Blue Sea? My three little friends, the Blue Sea is not a good place. You have such high cultivation at such a young age, and I believe that your talents are not bad. So, it's better not to go there, lest you lose your life." The white-haired old man kindly advised them. Wang Yuer smiled and said, "Thank you for your concern, elder. We have something to do and have to go there. In that case, I won't persuade you anymore. You have to be careful." The white-haired old man chuckled and returned to the beach, continuing to rest with his eyes closed. Young Master Hao glanced at the white-haired old man, and then looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "The outside world is not as cruel as you said. There are more good people." "Good people?" Qin Feiyang looked at the white-haired old man, and an imperceptible light flashed in his eyes. He murmured, "Maybe." Young Master Hao did not notice this slight abnormality. He looked at Wang Yuer and said, "Sister, they have been exploring here all year round. Maybe they know the location of the 7th grade alchemy fire. Why don't we ask them?" "That's right." Wang Yuer's eyes lit up and she urged, "Go and ask." Young Master Hao was about to go down. But at this moment, Qin Feiyang pulled him back and said with a smile, "Let me go." "Isn't it the same if you go and I go?" Young Master Hao looked at him in confusion. Qin Feiyang did not explain further. He landed in front of the white-haired old man, cupped his hands, and said with a smile, "May I know your name, elder?" The white-haired old man opened his eyes and chuckled. "I'm just a nobody, not worth mentioning. What's the matter, my little friend?" Qin Feiyang shook his head and said with a smile, "Nothing. I just want to ask you, elder. Has anything big happened in the Blue Sea recently?" "Big things?" The white-haired old man was stunned. He lowered his head and muttered to himself. Qin Feiyang was not in a hurry. He carefully paid attention to the white-haired old man's expression. At the same time, he was also paying attention to the people around the white-haired old man. Gradually he found out. Although these people were cultivating with their eyes closed, there was a trace of vigilance between their brows, as if they were guarding against something. Moreover, whether it was their temperament or appearance, they were very ordinary, and their cultivation was not very good. They were basically between the 5-star and 9-star battle masters. But Qin Feiyang felt that this group of people and the others on the beach had an atmosphere that was out of place. Something's wrong. Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. When he looked at the white-haired old man before, he felt that something was wrong. This was not intuition. It was experience. All these years, he had been fighting and scheming with others. Even he himself could not remember how many life and death tribulations he had experienced. Therefore, he was extremely sensitive to the sense of crisis. Although the white-haired old man was a 2-star battle saint, he gave him an inexplicable sense of crisis. This obviously did not make sense, because although he was a 1-star battle saint, it was easy for him to kill a 2-star battle saint with his means. Therefore, he stopped young Master Hao and took the initiative to come down. He wanted to personally explore the white-haired old man's background. And this trip was really not in vain. After a while, the white-haired old man looked up at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "This old man carefully thought about it. Recently, nothing particularly important happened in Qinghai." "Thank you, old man. Goodbye." Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and smiled. He did not continue to ask. He soared into the sky and landed beside young Master Hao and shook his head at them. Wang Yue frowned and said, "It seems that we have to enter the inland sea to find out." "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go," Qin Feiyang said with a smile. The three of them cut through the sky and quickly entered the sea. Soon, they disappeared at the end of the sea. The white-haired old man opened his eyes again and looked at the end of the sea. He got up and said with a smile, "Let's go. I hope we can gain something in Qinghai." Swish. Immediately, the people around him opened their eyes and followed the white-haired old man to the sea. Including the white-haired old man, there were a total of 36 people. At the same time, above the deep sea, Qin Feiyang and the other two were flying as fast as lightning. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang stopped. "What's the matter?" Wang Yue and young Master Hao turned to look at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang said, "It suddenly occurred to me that I have something to deal with. You go first. I'll catch up with you later." "Something else?" Wang Yue frowned and said angrily, "Why do you have so many things to do? Why do you say that I'm a busy man?" "Well, I'll go first. Be careful." Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly and turned around to go back. "Bastard." Wang Yue gritted her teeth and stared at Qin Feiyang's back. Young Master Hao looked thoughtful. He suddenly turned to look at Wang Yue and said with a frown, "Sister, why do I feel that this guy seems to be hiding something from us on purpose? It's not as if there is something that he doesn't want us to know." Wang Yue snorted and turned to continue walking. "What kind of person are you? Why can't I see through you?" Chapter 995. And then there was Qin Feiyang. Along the way, his eyes were flashing with thoughts. About 10 breaths passed. Suddenly, his pupils shrank, he quickly restrained his aura and hid in the sea below. After a while, dozens of figures passed through the sky in a grandiose manner. The leader was the white-haired old man. After the group of people went away, Qin Feiyang came out of the sea and stood in the air, looking at the back of the white-haired old man, his eyes flickering. He turned around and sped away. He came to the sky above the beach again. "Why did you come back?" The people on the beach stared at Qin Feiyang in confusion. Swish. Qin Feiyang landed in front of a young man and said with a smile, "Brother, I have a question to ask you." The young man thought that Qin Feiyang was going to harm him, so he was quite nervous, but when he heard that he had a question, he was relieved. "What question?" the young man asked. Qin Feiyang said, "Do you know the white-haired old man who talked to me just now?" "I don't know." The young man shook his head. Qin Feiyang frowned and asked again, "When did he come here?" "I don't know. Because when I came, he was already here." The young man said. "Then when did you come?" Qin Feiyang said. The young man said, "Before dawn." Qin Feiyang frowned. The young man's answer was worthless. "I know when he came." But at this moment, a hoarse voice sounded. Qin Feiyang looked at the voice and saw an old man in red sitting in the crowd not far away. He looked old, but his eyes were extremely sharp. And if one looked carefully, one would find that his left hand was empty. It was obviously a broken arm. Moreover, Qin Feiyang could not see through the aura of the one-armed old man. Qin Feiyang raised a trace of vigilance in his heart. He strode forward and said with a smile, "Please tell me the truth." The one-armed old man said, "They came last night around dawn." "Midnight?" Qin Feiyang narrowed his eyes and asked, "Then may I ask if you've seen them in Qinghai before?" This old man can confirm that there is absolutely no such thing. Because this old man has been in Qinghai for many years. Anyone who has been here will have an impression of me. The one-armed old man said. Thank you, elder. This is a small token of appreciation from this junior, please kindly accept it. Qin Feiyang took out a regeneration pill and handed it to the one-armed old man. The one-armed old man looked at the regeneration pill with a hint of surprise in his eyes. It was actually a regeneration pill with 4 pill veins. However, the one-armed old man didn't reach out to take it. He smiled and said, for some reason, this old man's severed arm can no longer be regenerated. However, I still have to thank little brother for his kind intentions. Unable to regenerate? Qin Feiyang looked at the one-armed old man's left arm in surprise. Little friend, do you have any other questions? The one-armed old man asked with a smile. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Thinking about it, it made sense. The one-armed old man's strength was even stronger than his. The regeneration pill was nothing for the old man. If it could be regenerated, the old man would have used the regeneration pill to regenerate it. He put away the regeneration pill and was about to leave. The one-armed old man suddenly said, Little brother, wait a moment. What's the matter, elder? Qin Feiyang looked back at the one-armed old man. The one-armed old man said, This old man wants to give you a piece of advice. After entering the inland sea, you must be careful of the 10 heroes of Qinghai. 10 heroes of Qinghai? Qin Feiyang was stunned. What the hell was this? You don't even know the 10 heroes of Qinghai. It seems that this is your first time in Qinghai. The 10 heroes of Qinghai are 10 people. Each of them has great talent and is the invincible king of the younger generation in the inland sea. As for their detailed information, it's not convenient for me to say more. You can take your time to find out. The one-armed old man said. Thank you, old man. I'll pay more attention. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and thanked him. Then he glanced at the others on the beach, only to find that they were all very afraid when they heard the name of the 10 heroes of Qinghai. It seemed that the so-called 10 heroes of Qinghai were indeed not simple people. Then Qin Feiyang didn't stay any longer. He cupped his hands and said goodbye to the one-armed old man. Then he turned around and disappeared at the end of the sea. What an interesting little guy. The one-armed old man looked in the direction where Qin Feiyang disappeared. There was a strange light in his old eyes. On the other side, young Master Hao and Wang Yu also found an island. The island was not big, about half a mile. There were no plants on it, only bare rocks, which had been eroded by the sea all year round and were full of holes. Young Master Hao said, Sister, why don't we go to the island and wait for him? Do you know when he will come back? It's a waste of time to wait for him. Wang Yu snorted and flew straight over the island. Young Master Hao glanced at the island and had to follow her helplessly. When did such a beautiful little girl come to Qinghai? However, at this moment, a surprised voice sounded somewhere on the island. Someone is here? Wang Yu and young Master Hao looked at each other and stopped. They lowered their heads and looked in the direction of the voice. Immediately, their pupils shrank. They saw a young man sitting cross-legged on a rock in the center of the island. The young man was about 25 or 26 years old. He was about 1.8 meters tall. His upper body was naked, revealing 8 pectoral muscles. He only wore a pair of large underpants. His skin was bronze. His body was not very strong, but it was full of an amazing aura. Young Master Hao asked through sound transmission, Sister, what's his cultivation? 9-star battle saint. Wang Yu whispered. This, young Master Hao was dumbfounded. This man seemed to be about the same age as him. How could he be so powerful? Swish. The young man sized up young Master Hao and Wang Yu. He suddenly stood up and landed in front of them. Little beauty, this young master has taken a liking to you. Have some fun with this young master. He stared at Wang Yu without scruples. The possessiveness in his eyes was undisguised. Young Master Hao was stunned. There must be something wrong with this man's brain. Others would avoid this little she-devil as soon as they saw her. How dare this man take the initiative to provoke her? It seemed that there would be a good show. As expected, Wang Yu was angry at the young man's frivolous words and attitude. Boom! The coercion of a 9-star battle saint suddenly erupted. She took a step forward and reached out her hand to slap the young man angrily. You're also a 9-star battle saint? The young man was surprised, but his action was not slow at all. He quickly dodged to the side and avoided Wang Yu's slap. Then he reached out his hand and grabbed Wang Yu's wrist. Feeling her soft skin, the young man's heart skipped a beat. He chuckled and said, "What a seductive little fox. If you talk nonsense again, I'll tear your mouth." Wang Yu's eyes turned cold. Her arm shook violently and her battle chi surged, shaking the young man away. "I haven't met such a hot-tempered little beauty for a long time. I like it. From now on, you are young master's woman. Come into young master's embrace." The young man opened his hands and laughed evilly. "You're playing with fire." Young Master Hao muttered and glanced at Wang Yu, only to see her face as cold as ice. But suddenly, she flashed a smile that was full of charm. The young man couldn't help but be fascinated by her. "Do you really like me?" Wang Yu looked at the young man and asked with a smile, her eyes rippling with autumn light. The young man nodded. Wang Yu said, "Then are you willing to do something for me?" "Not to mention one thing, I can do 100 things for you," the young man said with rapid breathing. In his eyes, Wang Yu at this moment exuded a fatal temptation. A sly look flashed across Wang Yu's eyes. She said, "Take off your pants and run around the sea naked." "Run around naked?" Young Master Hao was shocked. But Wang Yu's voice seemed to contain an irresistible charm. The young man really took off his pants and ran past the two of them without looking back. However, when the young man took off his pants, Wang Yu also looked away. Young Master Hao looked at the young man's naked back and couldn't help but twitch his face. He turned to look at Wang Yu and said, "Sister, aren't you a little immoral?" "Immoral? It's good that I didn't let him hit his head and die." Wang Yu smiled coldly and ignored the young man. She turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the sky. "You asked for it." Young Master Hao turned to look at the young man again, shook his head in amusement, and quickly chased after Wang Yu. Looking at the young man again, although he was running naked, he still had an infatuated look on his face. "Look, isn't that someone running here naked?" "Ah, it's true. He's crazy." Dozens of people flew over. When they saw the young man, they were all stunned. It was the old man in white and his group. The young man didn't notice it at all and ran straight past them. The old man in white looked at his companions with a strange expression and asked, "Is this popular in Shanghai?" "I don't know." Everyone shook their heads with a confused look. Soon, another figure flew over from a distance. It was Qin Feiyang who had returned. "What do you mean?" Seeing the young man running around naked, Qin Feiyang was also confused. Running around naked in broad daylight? Is there something wrong with him? When the young man passed by Qin Feiyang grabbed him and asked, Hey, brother, what are you doing? Are you doing some performance art?" Boom. Qin Feiyang's words were like a blow to the young man's head, which suddenly woke him up. "What's going on?" He glanced around in confusion. Don't tell me he doesn't know he's running around naked? Seeing the young man's reaction, Qin Feiyang's expression was very strange. "Why do I feel a little cold?" The next moment, the young man suddenly felt that his lower body was a little chilly. Chapter 996. Following closely, the young man suddenly turned around, grabbed Qin Feiyang's clothes and roared, "Where's my big underwear?" "How would I know where your big underwear is?" Qin Feiyang pushed him away and rolled his eyes. It seemed that this person was really sick, and quite sick at that. It was better not to provoke sick people. Qin Feiyang prepared to leave. But the young man grabbed him again and said angrily, "Don't even think about leaving if you don't explain yourself." "Who did I offend? You ran naked yourself, and now you're asking me, are you really sick?" Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. "I ran naked myself?" The young man was stunned for a moment, then said angrily, "How can there be a person in this world who runs naked? Aren't you one?" Qin Feiyang said weakly. The young man was at a loss for words. To be exact, he had not recovered yet. Try to recall what happened. Qin Feiyang said. The young man lowered his head and fell into deep thought, but his big hand was firmly holding onto Qin Feiyang. It seemed that he was not prepared to let Qin Feiyang leave until he figured it out. There's a woman. Suddenly, the young man's body trembled, and a shocking cold light emerged in his eyes. Woman? Qin Feiyang was startled, and a beautiful figure involuntarily appeared in his mind, and asked, What woman? A pretty woman. With the cultivation of a 9-star war saint, I have full confidence in taking her down. But her voice seemed to have a kind of magic. She told me to run naked, and I actually started to run naked. The young man said, It can't really be that little demoness, right? Qin Feiyang muttered to himself, then glanced at a certain part of the young man, and coughed dryly. Shouldn't you put on a pair of pants first? Ah, the young man screamed, and only now did he realize that he was still naked. He instinctively reached out to touch the Cosmos bag, but found that it was also gone. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang looked at him suspiciously. The young man said awkwardly, My Jianghu bag was tied to the underwear from before. I think it was thrown away together. I really admire you. Qin Feiyang looked at the sky, speechless. He took out a new set of clothes from his Jianghu bag and threw it to the young man. The young man didn't say anything and quickly put it on. Only then did he feel a lot more comfortable. Subsequently, he looked at Qin Feiyang and said with an embarrassed smile, I misunderstood you just now. Please forgive me. I'm fine. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and asked curiously, What does that woman look like? Why are you so infatuated? The young man was furious. With a wave of his hand, his battle chi surged and formed a figure in the void. It really is her. Qin Feiyang whispered as he looked at the young man with a hint of schadenfreude in his eyes. Without a doubt, this man must have taken the initiative to provoke Wang Yu and completely infuriated her. Otherwise, Wang Yu wouldn't have used her charming skill. Hearing Qin Feiyang's whisper, the young man asked suspiciously, Brother, do you know her too? Qin Feiyang nodded vaguely. Then the next time you meet her, you have to be careful, lest you end up like me. It's really embarrassing. The young man was furious. I will. Are you going to get even with her now? Qin Feiyang asked calmly. Nonsense, of course I'm going to get even with her. How dare she make me run naked? In the future, she won't have a good life in Jianghu. The young man snorted through his nose, and his eyes were as sharp as a blade. Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank. This man's aura was unfathomable and his character was so domineering. It seemed that he was not a simple character. The young man said, By the way, brother, I haven't asked your name. Wang Shan. Qin Feiyang made up a name casually. What a coincidence. My surname is also Wang, and my name is Wang Zicheng. It seems that we are destined. The young man smiled in surprise. Yes, it's quite destined. Qin Feiyang nodded unnaturally. What the hell? I just thought of a name casually, and I actually met someone with the same surname. Wang Zicheng smiled and asked, Brother, what are you doing in Qinghai? I don't think I've seen you before. It's my first time here, and I want to go to the inland sea to have a look. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Wang Zicheng nodded and said enthusiastically, That's great. I'm going to the inland sea too. Why don't we go together? Go together? Qin Feiyang was stunned and said, Aren't you going to find that woman? I think she's going to the inland sea, so there's no hurry. We'll meet sooner or later. At that time, I'll make her submit to my obscene power. Wang Zicheng snorted coldly. Qin Feiyang smiled and nodded. Well, thank you for taking care of me along the way, Brother Wang. It's fate that we meet. Why are you so polite? Wang Zicheng said with dissatisfaction. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded and said with a smile. Then the two of them chatted as they flew into the depths of the sea. Wang Zicheng was very talkative, and he was born to be familiar with others. Soon, he and Qin Feiyang became brothers. Suddenly, Wang Zicheng asked, Brother, what do you think of that woman? Which woman? Qin Feiyang was stunned. The woman who tricked me. Wang Zicheng said. She's not bad. Qin Feiyong thought for a while and said, That's not bad? Brother, you're a bit picky. Let me tell you, it's hard to see a beauty like her in Qinghai. Wang Zicheng said with a smile. Qin Feiyong was stunned and asked, Brother Wang, do you know Qinghai very well? Of course. I'm not bragging, but there's nothing I don't know in Qinghai. Wang Zicheng said proudly. Qin Feiyong's heart skipped a beat, but he pretended to doubt and asked, Really? Of course, why would I lie to you? Now I'll tell you a secret that you don't know. No, not only you don't know, even in the entire Central Divine Kingdom, few people know this secret. Wang Zicheng said mysteriously. What secret? Qin Feiyong was surprised. Wang Zicheng glanced around and said in a low voice, A cluster of 7th-grade elixir fire was born in the inland sea. Qin Feiyong's expression went blank as he asked in surprise, Really? It's absolutely true. And I know the location of the 7th-grade elixir fire. To tell you the truth, I went to the inland sea this time for the 7th-grade elixir fire. Wang Zicheng said with a smile. You actually know the location. Qin Feiyong's eyes lit up. It was true that he had searched high and low for it, but found it without any effort. However, he didn't rush to ask about the location of the elixir fire, but asked, Brother Wang, are you an alchemist? Wang Zicheng shook his head. Then what do you want the elixir fire for? Qin Feiyong was suspicious. Of course, to collect it. After all, it's a 7th-grade elixir fire. It's completely worth collecting. And if I don't rob it, it will definitely fall into the hands of those people. I don't want them to get it. Wang Zicheng pursed his lips. Who are those people? Qin Feiyong asked. I'll answer this question later. Wang Zicheng smiled mysteriously, then looked down and said, Here we are. I met that woman here. Qin Feiyong looked down and saw an island sitting on the sea ahead. Wait for me, I'll look for my Jianghu bag. After Wang Zicheng finished speaking, he dived into the island and looked around. Wang Zicheng. Qin Feiyong looked at the young man with an inexplicable light in his eyes. Found it. A moment later, Wang Zicheng finally found the big pants and the Jianghu bag in a crack of a stone. He flew to the front of Qin Feiyong and rejoiced. Fortunately, they didn't pick it up, or I would have lost a lot. Qin Feiyong smiled and said, So there are a lot of treasures in Brother Wang's Jianghu bag. I've been living here since I was a child, and Qinghai is rich in resources, plus there are many relics, so there are naturally many treasures. Wang Zicheng smiled proudly. You've been living in Qinghai since you were a child? Qin Feiyong was surprised. There's nothing to be surprised about. In addition to me, there are many people here who were born and grew up in Qinghai. Although Qinghai is also a part of the Central Divine Kingdom, it is a world of its own. In short, the people and things in Qinghai will be beyond your imagination. Wang Zicheng said. Qin Feiyong asked, Then Brother Wang, have you been to the Divine City? I've heard of it, but I've never been there. When I have time in the future, I'll go and take a look. Speaking of this, Wang Zicheng was slightly stunned, then looked at Qin Feiyong and asked, You're not from the Divine City, are you? No, but I've stayed in the Divine City. Qin Feiyong nodded. Wang Zicheng suddenly became interested and said, Then tell me, what's so fun in the Divine City? Let's talk as we walk. Qin Feiyong nodded. The two of them talked and laughed. After traveling for about a dozen miles, Qin Feiyong suddenly raised his eyebrows, stopped, and looked at the sea a few miles ahead. On the surface of the sea, there was another small island, which was also completely bare. And on one of the huge rocks, dozens of figures stood. The leader was the old man in white. The old man with white hair looked at the sea in front of him, frowning. No one knew what he was thinking. The others also had rather irritated looks on their faces. They were facing the depths of the sea and had not found Qin Feiyong and Wang Zicheng. Seeing this, Wang Zicheng also stopped, looked at the old man in white and the others suspiciously, then looked at Qin Feiyong and asked in a low voice, Brother, do you know them? I've met them. Qin Feiyong nodded. His face was a little solemn. The reason for that was because that sense of crisis had appeared once again. Suddenly, He withdrew his gaze, looked at Wang Zicheng and said, "Brother Wang, we may have to part ways." "What's wrong? Are they your enemies?" Wang Zicheng asked. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "I don't know now, but I feel very uneasy. I don't know what you're worried about. Besides, don't you still have me? Don't be afraid. If they really dare to harm you, I'll kill them all." A cold light flashed in Wang Zicheng's eyes as he forcefully swept up Qin Feiyang and flew towards the island without hiding his aura. "They're not simple, don't be rash." Qin Feiyang's expression changed as he hurriedly said. However, it was too late. Chapter 997. When he saw Qin Feiyang, the white-clothed old man's eyes flashed with a cold light, but he concealed it in an instant. Immediately after, he soared into the air and flew towards Qin Feiyang. The others also followed behind the white-clothed old man, with a trace of killing intent hidden in their eyes. "The situation is not good," Qin Feiyang muttered. The sense of crisis in his heart grew stronger and stronger. Finally, both sides met. The white-haired old man and his group formed a line, blocking in front of the two. Wang Zicheng frowned, stopped in the air, and said, "What do you want to do?" The white-haired old man looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously, and then looked at Qin Feiyang and laughed. "I didn't expect to meet you so soon. It seems that we are quite fated." "Is that so? But why do I feel that this is not fate, but deliberate?" Qin Feiyang said. The white-haired old man's pupils shrank slightly, and he said suspiciously, "Little friend, why can't this old man understand what you mean? Do you not understand, or are you pretending to be confused?" Qin Feiyang asked. The group of people around the white-haired old man looked at each other. Listening to the meaning of these words, could it be that this child had already seen through their killing intent? But that shouldn't be the case. Ever since they met this child, they had not revealed any flaws. The white-haired old man was also very surprised. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, "I don't have time to play with you, just say it. Who are you?" The white-haired old man's face was gloomy. Suddenly, he laughed out loud, and his temperament changed drastically. The amiable look between his brows disappeared, and was filled with an astonishing murderous aura. The dozens of people next to him also changed their appearance, and their aura was fierce. Qin Feiyang's heart sank. There was indeed something wrong with these people. Suddenly, the white-clothed old man stopped laughing and looked at Qin Feiyang. "As expected of the person valued by the chief pagoda master, you were able to detect it so quickly." Someone valued by the chief pagoda master. Wang Zicheng was shocked. Who would have thought that this brother he had just met would have such a great background? The old man in white continued, "But this old man is very curious. How exactly did you see through it?" "You were able to hide it from young Master Hao and the others because they rarely travel outside. They don't know how sinister people can be. But I've been wandering the world since I was young. No matter what, I've encountered all kinds of people. That little trick of yours is nothing at all." Qin Feiyang sneered. The old man in white was stunned for a moment before he nodded and smiled. "The two of them have been living like princes, so they can't be compared to you. I have another question. Where did you go just now?" Qin Feiyang said, "Let's go back to the beach and ask about your situation." "I see. No wonder you appeared behind us. I have to admit that you are a very outstanding young man. If it weren't for the orders from above, I really wouldn't be willing to kill you," the old man in white said with a smile. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, "Who are the people above? Were you the one who ambushed me last night? Wait until you go to hell. Someone will tell you the answer." The old man in white smiled coldly. He then looked at Wang Zicheng and said, "This has nothing to do with you. Leave immediately." Wang Zicheng smiled playfully and said, "What if I don't leave? Then you'll die with him. Attack." The old man in white was filled with murderous intent. Whoosh! Instantly, the dozens of people around him moved in unison, surrounding Qin Feiyang and Wang Zicheng in the middle. Wang Zicheng swept his gaze across those people. There was deep disdain in his eyes as he said, "With just the few of you?" To him, crushing a group of combat masters was no different from crushing a group of ants. Bang! However, before he finished his words, The dozens of people's auras suddenly erupted. The aura of a combat master rapidly soared to that of a combat sage and did not stop there. 1 star, 5 star, 7 star, 8 star. In the end, everyone's aura actually stopped at 9-star combat sage. This, Wang Zicheng was dumbfounded. 1, 2, 3. There were actually a total of 35 combat sages. Qin Feiyang was also dumbfounded. He had already expected that these people had hidden their cultivation, but he never expected that they were all 9-star combat sages. In that case, wouldn't that white-haired old man be even stronger? After Wang Zicheng came back to his senses, his expression was extremely ugly. He said in shock and anger, "Brother, you didn't tell me this. Before this, I didn't know their true cultivation, but I warned you not to underestimate them. You were the one who didn't listen." Qin Feiyang said in a low voice. Wang Zicheng was also very regretful. But now it was too late to regret. Boom. Suddenly, he turned around and punched the 2 burly men behind him. His battle aura surged and shook the sky. He wanted to take advantage of the fact that these people had not reacted to take the initiative to launch an attack and quickly create a gap. But obviously, he had underestimated these people. The old man in white waved his hand and shouted, "Leave no one alive." The 35 people surrounding Qin Feiyang and Wang Zicheng actually all attacked in an instant. Rumble, crash, crack. Streaks of battle aura surged out and roared in the sky, surrounding Qin Feiyang and Wang Zicheng. The calm sea suddenly tumbled and white waves surged to the sky. The island below was instantly shattered and turned into nothingness. Oh no! Wang Zicheng's expression changed greatly. If there were only 1 or 2 9-star combat sages, he was confident that he could kill his way out. But if 35 9-star combat sages attacked together, he might not even be able to survive, let alone kill his way out. But now, it seemed that there was no way to retreat. "If you have the ability, fight one-on-one with me. What kind of man are you to bully me with numbers?" Wang Zicheng shouted. "One-on-one." The old man in white looked at him with ridicule. Apparently, he was mocking Wang Zicheng for being too naive. "Damn it, looks like I can only fight with my life on the line." Wang Zicheng saw that his provocation did not work. His face suddenly darkened and a destructive aura spread out from his body. This aura, Qin Feiyang's gaze trembled. This was the prelude to self-destructing his physical body. Seeing this, a trace of panic appeared on the faces of the 35 9-star battle saints. They could not help but be afraid, because the self-destruction of the 9-star combat sages was enough to kill all of them. Some of them even retreated in fear. No one is allowed to retreat. I don't believe that he really dares to self-destruct his body. But at this moment, the old man in white shouted coldly, "Old thing, why don't you go and find out who I am? There's nothing in this world that I don't dare to do." Wang Zicheng sneered and had no intention of stopping. The destructive aura around him became stronger and stronger. He really dares to self-destruct? The old man in white was surprised. Wang Zicheng said, "Since there are so many of you and we can't escape, we might as well die together with you." Damn it. He doesn't look like he's joking. "Retreat quickly." One of the burly men shouted and retreated without hesitation. Once the burly man fled, the others could no longer control the fear in their hearts. They turned around and fled without looking back. A bunch of useless trash. The old man in white's eyes darkened and a terrifying aura rushed out from his body. It was not the aura of a saint, but the aura of an emperor. Qin Feiyang and Wang Zicheng's mood instantly fell to the bottom. This old thing indeed had hidden his strength. "You want to self-destruct in front of me? Let's see if you have the ability." The old man in white laughed coldly. The emperor's aura was like a waterfall, instantly imprisoning Qin Feiyang and Wang Zicheng in the void. Wang Zicheng's self-destruction was also forcefully interrupted. "Brother, quickly think of a way." Wang Zicheng shouted. Just as the old man in white had said, he did not dare to self-destruct. After all, who would be willing to die unless they were truly at a dead end? He did this purely to scare these people and find a chance to escape. However, he did not expect that this old thing was actually a combat emperor. It was not impossible to stop the self-destruction of the physical body. As long as there was an overwhelming strength, like the old man in white who used the emperor's aura to imprison Wang Zicheng, he could forcefully interrupt it. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. He gritted his teeth and transmitted his voice. Find a way to break the restraints of the emperor's aura. I'll take you away. But break for me. Wang Zicheng nodded and let out a hysterical roar. His aura soared to the sky. Boom. The next moment, he actually broke through the emperor's aura that imprisoned the two of them. How is this possible? The old man in white's eyes trembled. It was simply a fantasy for a combat saint to break through the emperor's aura. Qin Feiyang was also extremely shocked. Although Wang Zicheng was a 9-star combat saint and was only one step away from becoming a combat emperor, there was an uncrossable gap between combat saints and combat emperors. How did this person do it? However, there was no time to think about this now. Restrain your aura. Qin Feiyang hurriedly said to Wang Zicheng. Then he grabbed Wang Zicheng's wrist. The next moment, the two of them disappeared into thin air from the old man in white's sight. What? The old man in white scanned the void in surprise. Those 9-star combat saints were also dumbfounded. They were right in front of them just a moment ago. How did they suddenly disappear? Was it a magic trick? Brother, what's going on? Wang Zicheng was also dumbfounded. This was because they had not moved at all from the beginning to the end. They were still standing in front of the old man in white. However, the old man in white and his group actually treated them like air? This was too strange, wasn't it? This is a combat art that can make one invisible. As long as we restrain our aura and don't make a sound, even if we appear in front of them, they won't be able to see us. Qin Feiyang smiled and transmitted his voice. That's right. This was the concealment art. The concealment art could not only make the user invisible, but it could also make the people and objects around them invisible as well. This was the most powerful part of the concealment art. However, the prerequisite was that there must be zero contact with the user. This meant that if they wanted to become invisible with Qin Feiyang, they had to capture Qin Feiyang. Damn, is there such a combat art in this world? When Wang Zicheng heard this, he felt like he was dreaming. It was too unreal. If you don't believe me, I'll take you to try it. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and led Wang Zicheng to the old man in white. They were only half a meter away from each other. Wang Zicheng glanced at Qin Feiyang and raised his other hand tentatively. He waved it in front of the old man in white. Seeing that the old man in white did not react at all, he said in surprise, "It really works?" Subsequently, he transmitted his voice and asked, "Is there a time limit to your concealment art? Or are there any other drawbacks?" "It can only be maintained for an hour. It can only be used once a day. As for the drawbacks, I have only used it twice. I haven't discovered them yet." Qin Feiyang said to himself. This is also very heaven-defying. Wang Zicheng exclaimed. For people at their level, they could do a lot of things in an hour. Qin Feiyang glanced at the group of 9-star combat saints. His eyes flashed and he transmitted his voice. "How is it? Do you have any ideas?" "Ideas?" Wang Zicheng was stunned. Following Qin Feiyang's gaze, the corners of his mouth suddenly hooked up into an evil smile, and said, "Such a good opportunity. Of course I have ideas.